Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. The fusion of Gojo Satoru was exposed by the school flower. Chapter 91. Roar. Repeated roars echoed in the mountains and forests. For a time, the forest birds were startled, and the beasts were crawling. From this roar, you can feel endless anger. Original. It sleeps peacefully in the cave. Who knows, the vain high temperature wakes him up directly. Then, countless flames appeared beside it. Although, these flames don't do it any harm. But, after all, it made it feel a little uncomfortable. It rushed out of the cave frantically, who knows, and was besieged by countless flames and cards. Although these things, to it, are like tickles. However, this challenged its dignity. It's going to kill the provocateur. Roar. The giant bear abruptly stood up from the ground, and his terrifying eyes had completely turned bloody at this time. The muscles of the whole body, covered by the hair as hard as steel needles, gradually swelled. Full of explosive power. At the same time, an indescribable terrifying aura erupted from the giant bear. Boom! A vain roar sounded. The three of Yanquan standing not far away suddenly felt dizzy. How to do? A very difficult voice sounded, and Lin Xiaoyi looked at Yanquan. At this time, the queen, who was already seriously injured, couldn't stand the impact of this breath at all, and fainted directly. And she herself was almost unable to hold on, and she slumped directly to the ground. And this time, boom, boom, boom. The giant bear found the three of Yanquan and rushed over quickly. Under the extreme anger, every step of the giant bear left a footprint 50 centimeters deep on the ground. Stepping on a huge stone with one foot is instantly crushed. He opened his ferocious huge mouth, revealing a row of cold fangs. The muscles all over his body are surging like a snake. At the same time, waving his sharp bear paw, he fiercely slapped Yanquan and the others. The huge bear paw created a shadow that directly enveloped the three. How to do? Yanquan's heart was numb, looking at the giant bear that was completely mad, his hands trembled uncontrollably. That was the instinct of the body, the instinct was afraid, and it was driving him to flee. But at this time, the queen fainted and Lin Xiaoyi was also paralyzed on the ground. If he escapes, so, these two are definitely going to be filmed as meatloaf. At this time, the existence of Article 523 has even been forgotten. Is it really impossible? If that's the case, then let's fight. Drink. Yanquan gritted his teeth, his heart was firm, and his whole body's spiritual power surged wildly. Suddenly a punch was thrown, and a huge flame fist condensed on his fist. However, under the strong wind brought by the huge bear's paw, the flame turned out to be gradually extinguished. The flame fist at this moment, in front of the giant bear, is so small. And Yanquan knows even more that this punch goes down. Will die. Absolutely will die. This is the trembling of the body, the fear of the soul. But he couldn't. There is no way. You can only watch the bear's paw approaching a little bit. Yanquan can almost see the scar on the bear's paw, hideous and terrifying. And, even worse, at this time, the fire fist condensed on his fist had completely disappeared. Corrupted by the power of the giant bear, there is no ability to resist. Immediately, it was destroyed. Despair. Yanquan is desperate. A pair of tiger eyes have been slowly closed. It's too late for Gojo to take action in such a dangerous situation. At the last moment of life and death, Yanquan was heartbroken. But, the terrifying bear's paw did not fall. Instead, there was a scream. Roar. The painful roar sounded in the ear, deafening and screaming, so that Yanquan couldn't help but growl. It was a painful whimper that poured directly into his brain. It made him tremble uncontrollably. What's the situation? While muttering in my heart, Yanquan covered his brain in pain. Why wasn't he shot to death? And where did the painful roar come from? Is it a mutant bear? Yanquan wanted to open his eyes to check the situation. However, at this time his head seemed to explode. Can't do it. Can't do it at all. Don't say open your eyes, the flame fist at this moment can't even think. At this moment, a cold air appeared in vain, covering Yanquan's whole body. The bone-chilling chill emerged directly from the deepest part of my heart. But, this chill also made his brain gradually clear up, and the pain was expelled. This is. Yanquan seemed to realize something, and suddenly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was an ice skate. A perfect ice skate like a handicraft. The azure blue blade glowed with a chilling cold light. In vain. A smear of black blood flowed down from the blade. The stench and pungent blood made Yanquan frown uncontrollably. However, he still resisted the discomfort in his heart and looked up. I see. A handsome figure suddenly appeared above him at an unknown time. It was he who held the ice blade and blocked the giant bear. The ice blade was stuck on the bear's paw of the giant bear, and black blood continuously flowed out from the bear's paw, leaving behind the blade. At this time, the giant bear was already grinning in pain, but he did not dare to act rashly. Every time he moved, a piercing pain came from his palm. And, more terrifying than pain is chill. An astonishing cold air made his body stiff at this time. Therefore, the giant bear at this time was directly held in place by Lu Zimo. Really, while muttering in his heart, Yanquan finally felt relieved. Just now, when I felt the familiar cold air, he already had a guess in his mind. Now, seeing Gojo with my own eyes, blocking a blow for him, a hanging heart, finally let go. Gojo shoots, then it's all over. However, what shocked Yanquan was, he clearly remembered that Gojo was standing 100 meters away. Now, even at a critical moment, he can save himself. This speed is really terrifying. Moreover, looking at the bear's paw that was bleeding at this time, his heart was even more horrified. He and the queen, with all their strength, could not injure the giant bear half a point. But Lu Zimo is just a self-condensed ice blade. Directly cut the palm of the giant bear. Is this the difference between me and him? While murmuring in his heart, Yanquan once again deeply realized the power of Lu Zimo. Tonight, we eat roasted bear paws. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also looked at Yanquan and smiled lightly. Yanquan was puzzled. Didn't he say he wanted to capture it alive? However, Lu Zimo did not give Yanquan much time to think. The hand holding the ice blade suddenly twitched. Shish. In the stunned eyes of Yanquan, a cold light flashed. The huge bear paw has already been cut in two. The black blood splashed out, and directly drenched a lot on Yanquan's face. Yanquan wiped the stench of blood from his face blankly, looking at Lu Zimo in horror. Because Lu Zimo, who was hovering over the flame fist at this time, it wasn't even a drop of blood. Countless blood splattered half a meter away from him and stopped directly. Then it fell down and landed on Yanquan's head. Ow! Roar! The continuous whining and roaring interrupted Yanquan's thinking. The giant bear covered his right hand, his painful face twisted, and he kept retreating. The power of pain is out of control, every step is deeply immersed in the soil. Boom! In the vain roar, Lu Zimo didn't give the giant bear time to react. Dodging directly to the front of the giant bear. Black flash! With a loud shout, Lu Zimo made a fist with his right hand, blue veins appeared on his arm, and his muscles bulged. Above the fist, there are countless black threads entangled, slowly flowing, releasing an aura of destruction. Looks mysterious and eerie. He slammed into the giant bear's face fiercely. Lu Zimo's fist, reflected in the huge pupil of the giant bear. Zoom in quickly. Although the fist is small, the giant bear can instinctively sense the terrifying aura coming from it. Scary. Powerful. It made its pupils shrink suddenly. The giant bear subconsciously wanted to escape. But the body's reaction, which can't keep up with the speed of the nerves. What's more, Lu Zimo's punch. It has already exceeded the speed that his nerves can respond. Boom! Lu Zimo's punch directly hit the giant bear's forehead. The huge power directly sent the 5-meter-high, several kilogram giant bear flying backwards. Along the way, numerous trees fell and rocks collapsed, stretched for dozens of meters. Ow! Roar! On the way to fly out, the giant bear is still neighing in pain. Painful screams made the entire mountain and forest feel sad. And this blow, black flash, it is Lu Zimo used with the body after the third strengthening. Originally Lu Zimo's physical quality, whether it is speed or strength, it is already comparable to the extraordinary mutant creatures. Even, the power of ordinary super mutant creatures is not necessarily as powerful as Lu Zimo's. At this time, cooperate with the release of Black Flash, a power that is several times stronger than itself erupts. The release of pure physical power directly blasts the extraordinary giant bear away. Fear, so terrifying. As this, is it really a human power? In the soft narration, Yanquan's eyes widened. Can't believe it. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would dare to believe that a human being less than 2 meters could fly a giant bear that was 5 meters high and weighed several thousand kilograms with one punch? This is simply Arabian Nights. Because he is Gojo. The first person in Hangchang. The sound of course came, and Lin Xiaoyi, who was beside him, also stood up. Now, without the terrifying aura of the giant bear, Lin Xiaoyi naturally recovered. Gojo. While muttering in my heart, this name was deeply imprinted in Yanquan's heart. Gojo. The first person in Hangchang. Invincible synonym. Boom. The roar of Vane came again, interrupting the thinking of the two. I saw that in the terrified eyes of Yanquan and Lin Xiaoyi. Lu Zimo actually crossed dozens of meters in one step and came directly to the sky above the giant bear. This is Kang's advanced use. By compressing the distance between the starting point and the ending point, the effect of teleportation is achieved. The visual effect presented is, with just one step, Lu Zimo had already crossed dozens of meters and appeared above the giant bear. Just a blast. Is this teleportation? So handsome. Repeated exclamations came from the mouths of Yanquan and Lin Xiaoyi. Although already in the video, I have seen Lu Zimo use this trick. But the effect of the video, and the effect of personal experience, are simply worlds apart. Swish. Lu Zimo's body was surging with spiritual energy, and the ice blade, which was only 1.8 meters long, began to extend in vain. In the end, it was more than 10 meters long. Now, it can't be called ice skates anymore. Perhaps an ice gun would be more appropriate. A faint cold air emerged around the gun body, causing the surrounding air to slowly condense. There are constantly falling ice slag. Terrifyingly. It's over. In the soft narration, the tip of the ice gun was pointed down at the giant bear. Lu Zimo swooped down with an ice gun in his hand, extremely fast. The man and the gun merged into one, directly turning into a azure blue streamer. Even the tip of the ice spear was releasing a chilling light at this moment. At this time, the giant bear was still struggling in pain. Just as Lu Zimo swooped, the giant bear was shocked, and a fearful emotion spread throughout his body. It made the giant bear forget the pain on his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Trembling violently. The giant bear finally found the source of his fear, and an azure blue streamer appeared in his blood-red eyes. His whole body started to tremble constantly. Even the ground several meters around it began to shake violently. The giant bear wants to stand up and dodge. But it's too late. Boom. A little cold light arrived first, and then the spear tip was like a dragon. This was a shot that fell from the sky. As fast as a dragon, it suddenly pierced into the belly of the giant bear. Without any hindrance. It's that easy. The flaming fist and the queen are unstoppable giant bears with all their strengths. One hit pierce. Blood flows. Wow. Ow. The giant bear screamed again, his voice hoarse. He struggled frantically, desperately breaking free. Limbs are constantly waving. The 5-meter-tall giant bear looked like a child in front of Lu Zimo, who was less than 2 meters tall. Easily suppressed by an ice gun. Rest in peace. Frozen. In the soft narration, countless spiritual powers emerged from Lu Zimo's body. That is the blue ice spirit force, through the ice gun, constantly enveloped the giant bear's body. And just then, frost continued to condense on the giant bear. But it's only a few tens of seconds. An iceberg was formed directly. And the giant bear, not dead, it's just frozen inside. I can see his red bloody eyes of hatred, constantly following Lu Zimo's figure. Oh my god, an unbelievable voice came, and Yanquan's eyes widened. 3 strokes. It should be said that 2 strokes. The super mutant giant bear can easily suppress it, who is about to beat himself without the power to fight back. Lin Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes also flickered with infinite horror. But it's more of a matter of course. Sunset. The junction of Tongcheng and Haiwu Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. There were loud noises constantly, which made the guards, who were already terrified, even more frightened. What sound? It's like some kind of rubbing noise. It won't be. The extraordinary mutant creatures of the Black Mist Mountain come out of the mountain. Hurry up and call the police. Repeated exclamations kept coming out. More and more panic, fear, and even going to sound the alarm in the city. But, the guard's movement stopped abruptly. His eyes stared at the direction of Haiwu Mountain, with disbelief. Not only this guard, at this moment, all the guards guarding this junction. All dumbfounded, I saw a group of beautiful figures suddenly appear in the direction of Haiwu Mountain. The head man, white hair, blue eyes, it's like the face value that came out of the comics, which is obsessed. Beside him, he was holding a little girl. Behind them are two beautiful women. In the back, it turned out to be a man, dragging a behemoth. An iceberg, huge iceberg, and in the iceberg, there is still a huge mutant creature. Those who can guard such an important gate are all capable. Now, with just one glance, I recognized the person in the lead, and I immediately exclaimed again and again. That's Gojo-sama. It's really Lord Gojo. So, they went to Black House Mountain to hunt mutant creatures. That black giant bear, is it the black shadow that roars every night in Haiwu Mountain? WOC, it's definitely true. That body shape is basically the same as what I saw, and that aura, it's just as terrifying. Thank you, Lord Gojo, for eliminating the harm in Tongcheng. Thanks to Mr. Gojo has become a fan since then. Among the repeated exclamations, countless people cast their grateful glances at Lu Zimo. At this time, single quote. A huge truck drove out from Tongcheng. And sitting in the driving position, it was the Food King. As soon as the Food King's eyes came into contact with the giant bear in the iceberg, his expression changed drastically. Because, from the giant bear, he felt an aura that did not belong to the class. So, in other words, this is an extraordinary mutant creature. Nowadays, but it was easily suppressed by Gojo's ice. In the abdomen, there is a huge ice gun. In an instant, a terrifying feeling came to my heart. Wow, Lord Gojo is really amazing, he actually caught such a big bear alive. You see his eyes are still rolling. You can tell that this bear is an extraordinary mutant creature at a glance. It is probably 5 or 6 meters high. This body shape, this muscle. Hey, I'm still vulnerable, in front of me, Lord Gojo, I'm suppressing it at will. Master Gojo, the absolute ceiling, does not accept rebuttal. Looking at the huge ice gun in the belly of the giant bear, I can already imagine the scene at that time. Repeated exclamations sounded among the people of Hengcheng. At this time, they all focused on the handsome figure and the huge ice sculpture mountain. A look of admiration and shock appeared, especially the group of people who watched Lu Zimo and others out of the city. At this time, his eyes widened, because only they knew. It was only 2 days before Lu Zimo left the city. Also, the time spent on the road is included. Lu Zimo even caught such a mutant creature at the extraordinary stage. Countless people even took out their mobile phones, took pictures of Lu Zimo and the huge iceberg, and posted them online. In an instant, the entire online world exploded. Gojo, is that the Gojo from Hengcheng? As expected of the first person in Hengcheng, the first human being to break through the extraordinary realm, his strength is strong. I'm envious, it would be great if our Maple Leaf City had such powerful extraordinary warriors. Don't say anything, although I'm from Los Angeles, but I'm a direct fan of Lord Gojo. Lord Gojo, I love you. Repeated exclamations sounded all over the city near Hengcheng. Although the world has changed due to the resurgent magnetic field, the network has been disconnected. But with the efforts of the researchers of the Lingley Bureau, the network between neighboring cities is also partially connected. Today, Gojo does such a big thing. The people of Hengcheng couldn't bear it any longer. They showed off to the surroundings. Therefore, before you know it, Lu Zimo's fans have spread all over the surrounding areas of Hengcheng. Catch extraordinary mutant creatures alive. Zizhujiao, this Gojo seems to have taken on the appearance of a leader in the new era. It's a pity, I'm not from Los Angeles. Among the repeated sighs, the director of the Luocheng Spiritual Power Bureau also looked at the frozen mutant extraordinary creature in the photo, showing admiration. However, compared to extraordinary mutant creatures, his eyes were more on Lu Zimo. All kinds of thoughts have been moved in my heart. And, not only the Los Angeles Spiritual Power Bureau, but several neighboring cities around Hangzhou. After hearing this news, all envy and jealousy. Looking at Lu Zimo's figure, his eyes turned red. I can't wait to dig the foot of the wall and grab Lu Zimo. After all, Communications across the country are now cut off. Therefore, the major cities are equivalent to their own governance. That is to say, in several nearby cities, through the emergency repair of the Science and Technology Research Institute of the Lingley Bureau, part of the network has been restored, and we can still communicate with each other. Therefore, the development of cities, spiritual power bureaus, and scientific research bureaus all depended on their own development. Now, his neighbor Hangchang has taken the lead in possessing extraordinary mutant creatures. This has important research significance for the development of the Lingley Bureau Scientific Research Institute, as well as for the future evolution direction. How can the surrounding cities not be envious? And what makes them even more envious is that the otherworldly Lu Zimo. You must know that in the cities around Hangchang, let alone warriors with extraordinary realms. Even if it is half a step extraordinary, there is no. What's more, Lu Zimo is not only top-notch, but also has dual talents. And the grades are high. One is the absolute suction beyond the S class. The other is also an A+ level ice control. This makes them, who don't even have an S-rank talent in the Spiritual Power Bureau, feel so bad. And the most important thing is Lu Zimo's strength. Just breaking through the extraordinary realm, you can solve the extraordinary mutant creature in 3 strokes. Now it is frozen and caught alive again, an extraordinary mutant creature, this strength. Then the first ice girl in the magic capital who is also in the extraordinary realm. Too much power. What's more, the ice girl is not a simple warrior of extraordinary realm. They also have S-level talent. Do this for comparison. Doesn't it mean that Lu Zimo is at least several times stronger than those who have entered the supernatural realm with ordinary talents? But now, the world's spiritual energy has recovered, and wild animals have mutated wildly. There is always the possibility of a beast tide breaking out. If there is a powerful superhuman like Lu Zimo sitting in the town, there is no doubt that it is the guarantee of safety. After all, they also knew about the beast tide in the capital city. That time, it can almost be said that Lu Zimo single-handedly repulsed the beast tide. Therefore, the surrounding spiritual power bureaus began to think carefully. In the office of Hangzhou Lingley Bureau, Bureau Luo sat on an office chair with his feet on the desk, drinking coffee leisurely. This group of people is really whimsical. In the soft narration, Luo Ju directly deleted the message on the tablet. As if not seen, because this news was sent from nearby Los Angeles. I want to borrow Lu Zimo from Hangzhou City to help clean up the extraordinary mutant creatures that cannot be solved. And I am willing to provide a reward, a full 10 top-quality spirit stones. This reward can be said to be rich, because the top-quality spiritual stone is produced when the spiritual energy is revived, the spiritual power tidal beam. Basically, a tidal beam of spiritual energy will produce a few top-quality spiritual stones at most. These 10 top-quality spirit stones require a lot of tidal beams of spiritual energy. However, in a city, there are at most a few tidal beams of spiritual energy. Therefore, this Los Angeles city has invested most of its net worth. Hey, it's only 10. Maple Leaf City is willing to give out 15 top-quality spirit stones. In the soft narration, Luo Ju couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Yes. He has already deleted 3 or 4 of such messages. And the price is extremely high, all for Lu Zimo. But, no matter how many offers, Luo Ju refused. Joke, Lu Zimo is their Hangtown baby. Not a working tool. If it was because of agreeing to such a request, Lu Zimo was disgusted. No amount of top-quality spirit stones can be exchanged for it. After all, the best spirit stone represents only the present moment. And Lu Zimo represents the future of their Hangchang. Do not, even the future of humanity. How could such a person be rented out in Hangzhou? This is an insult to Lu Zimo's identity. At this time, Lu Zimo didn't know, because he caught an extraordinary mutant creature alive. It caused so many things. He is at a banquet at this time. In order to thank Lu Zimo, the Scientific Research Bureau of the Spiritual Power Bureau specially held a banquet. Prepared food, even the meat of super mutant creatures. Not much, of course, but enough. Only Lu Zimo can enjoy such treatment. As for Yangquan and the others, they are only the flesh of some low-level mutant creatures. Lord Gojo, thank you for helping our Spiritual Research Institute this time. It's just that we have a ruthless request, and we hope that the adults will agree. After pushing the cup for a while, the hand of God also took the opportunity to stand up, 3-point admiration and 7-point respect. To be honest, they didn't expect Luzimo to move so fast. It only took 2 days to capture the extraordinary mutant creature. And the strength of this giant bear is not a simple extraordinary first order. The giant bear is about to break through the initial stage of the extraordinary first order, and its strength is extremely powerful. Therefore, the research role of their research institutes will be even greater. Please say. In the soft narration, Luzimo also looked at the hand of God. Although drinking a little. No, it should be a lot of wine. After all, as the focus of the audience, everyone wanted to offer 2 cups and talk. However, these wines, to his 3-strengthened body, were nothing short of pediatrics. Not at all intoxicated. Our Scientific Research Institute hopes to hire Mr. Gojo to become an honorary advisor of our Scientific Research Institute. Of course, we don't have any requirements and controls for adults. We only hope that adults will give priority to our research institute at some point. Sometimes, we can help our research institute accomplish some goals voluntarily, just like this time. In return, we will provide Lord Gojo with the latest research results of our research institute, and will also provide rich resources every month, such as spiritual potions. With the respectful narration of the hand of God, Luzimo also understood the meaning of the Scientific Research Bureau. Even if I give myself money to join the research institute, I don't have any requirements yet. Whether I can help or not depends entirely on Luzimo's personal mood. Just like an honorary professor at Times University. The pay is generous, but there are no requirements. For that, Luzimo's powerful strength. It's not human. While murmuring in his heart, Yanquan also looked at Luzimo jealously. What kind of unkind request is this? Obviously, he is here to send money to Luzimo. As for priority, it depends entirely on Luzimo's personal mood. Even if Luzimo is not given priority, the Research Institute has nothing to do. As for the so-called help, the Scientific Research Institute has said that it is voluntary. And they couldn't, and wouldn't dare to force Luzimo. This is the benefit of strength. While murmuring in his heart, Yanquan became more determined to become stronger. Target Luzimo. Become the second person in Hengcheng. It's not just Yanquan who is envious in his heart. At this time, the king of food, the queen, Ono and the others were like this. Can I take a look at your research institute first? In the soft narration, Luzimo did not immediately agree. Although this matter is completely harmless to me, but it still depends on the Lingley Scientific Research Bureau, whether there is anything that attracts him. If only those spiritual power cultivation potions were of no use to him. Joining is also a waste of time. So you have to understand the situation first before making a decision. Hear this answer. Yanquan and the others suddenly showed their faces, surprised. Gojo, are you not even interested in this kind of treatment? While murmuring in his heart, the Food King also widened his eyes. Totally in disbelief. Others are not even qualified to join the Research Institute. But now, the Scientific Research Institute has so low status, but it has been rejected by Luzimo. This courage. The Food King was amazed. No problem, Lord Gojo, when you have time, let us know, we will send someone to pick you up. Although somewhat disappointed, Hand of God said with a smile. He also guessed Luzimo's mind. To get Luzimo to join the Research Institute, you have to see. Is their Scientific Research Bureau qualified enough? Can you make Luzimo take a fancy to you? Amazing Zhao. Looks like, well prepared. While murmuring in my heart, the Hand of God also has a plan. 3 days flies by. In a remote abandoned factory in Hangzhou, a magnetic voice sounded. So, your research institute is under this factory? Yes, Lord Gojo, for the convenience of some experiments, the research institute was randomly built under this remote factory. In the soft narration, the Hand of God also opened a special elevator. Straight down to the ground. Luzimo took Yanquan, the king of food, the queen, and Ono, and followed the Hand of God and walked in. As the elevator descended, a passage suddenly appeared in front of him. On both sides of the passage, there are also rooms built. The first room was opened, and everyone subconsciously looked inside. Immediately, except for Lu Zimo and the Hand of God, everyone's faces changed drastically. Vomit. A sense of disgust rushed into Ono's heart. Because that is, countless mutant beast bodies. Numerous dissected mutant beast soma. And, there are also organs such as the heart, liver, brain, etc., which are stored in a container with nutrient solution. Is this the research institute? Really? While murmuring in his heart, even Lu Zimo was looking at the things in the dissection room, his eyes dodging. After all, if these things hadn't been in contact for a long time, who wouldn't be horrified to see them? That's why Lu Zimo is mentally strong. I didn't see it. At this time, even strong Rion Fist immediately withdrew his gaze, and then lay on the corner of the wall and vomited. It was so exciting when I first arrived. I hope that there is something in the depths that surprises me. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo is also looking forward to the research institute more and more. This is the anatomy room of our scientific research institute. It is specially used to study the body structure of supermutant creatures, as well as the reasons for the mutation, the reason for the awakening of talent, etc. Now there are some results, but they are stored in another laboratory. Mr. Gojo, please contact us. I come. In the soft narration, the Hand of God also closed the door of this dissection room. Because the corpse that was dissected inside was really disgusting. No, it's pretty disgusting. The reason for the mutation and the talent. While murmuring in his heart, Lu Zimo also showed interested eyes. I didn't expect the research direction of the Research Institute to be so important. This is related to the future of mankind, the mystery of survival in the world of spiritual recovery. Whether it is mutation or talent, it is extremely important to the survival of human beings. Although, now that the spiritual energy has recovered, countless people have awakened their talents. But, more of those, ordinary people who haven't awakened. If there is one aspect of mutation or talent, the results can be researched. Let ordinary people also have powerful strength. For the future, it is a very important part for human beings to face mutant beasts. At this time, Yan Quan and the others behind him, although they were disgusted in their hearts, could not help but show their horrified eyes when they heard this. Obviously also know the importance of these research topics. Then, under the leadership of the Hand of God, everyone came to another room. This room is very different from the previous dissection room. Various high-tech products are arranged in it, the virtual blue light screen, the central control room, and various materials are full of science fiction. Among them, there are many staff members wearing white lab coats doing research. At the moment of seeing Lu Zimo, Chi Shushua cast a reverent look, looking a little excited. Apparently, these researchers are also fans of Lu Zimo. However, these people are still very professional, at least not leaving their posts. Just looking at Lu Zimo. After coming out of the room, the Hand of God brought Lu Zimo and others into other rooms. Without exception, they are all places that are full of technology and look high-end. Various instruments are placed in it, not only studying mutant organisms. There is also research on Reiki and research talent. Subjects in all directions are covered. For each subject, there are 8 to 10 researchers. Although the recovery of spiritual energy is not long, there is still some progress. For example, psychic medicine. Below, here are some of the research results of the Research Institute. Please come with me, Lord Gojo. In the soft narration, the Hand of God also carried a touch of confidence. He believes that the next thing will definitely attract Lu Zimo. Because the previous ones are just some theoretical research topics and directions. It hasn't been fully implemented yet, it doesn't help Lu Zimo. Naturally not very attractive. But the next thing is related to cultivation. While nodding slightly, Lu Zimo also had some expectations at this time. Through previous visits, he discovered that, not bad. This research institute. Not bad. At least it has potential. Later, under the guidance of the Hand of God, he entered another channel. This passage is not the same as the previous Snow White, but black and red. Go to the left, into the first room. This is our gravity chamber, able to adjust gravity at any time based on your body data. There are also spiritual forces in it, the two complement each other, to enhance physical strength. As the hand of God slowly narrated, the faces of everyone gradually became astonished. A practice room, and can gather spiritual power. There was a gleam in Lu Zimo's eyes. Now the room is open, feel it carefully. There is not only a change in gravity. It turned out to be true, and CDDD has spiritual powers that continue to gather. The concentration of spiritual power inside is compared with the outside world. Totally up a notch. This is more terrifying, and Lu Zimo is also a little scared. According to the description of the Hand of God, this so-called gravity room is actually a special room for quick exercise of physical strength. It can automatically adjust the gravity according to the user's body data. At the same time, there is a continuous gathering of spiritual energy to nourish the body. Equivalent to a paradise. Let you exercise in it to achieve a multiplier effect. Very scary, however, compared to exercising the body. What Lu Zimo thought was, is it possible to use it for the exercise of gravity? Under the careful feeling, Lu Zimo was surprised to find. Really can, by changing the gravity, the exercise of Kang and He. Immediately, this made Lu Zimo a little excited. After Yanquan listened to the explanation, his face became even more delighted. He has been trying to exercise his body in every way possible. Because, as long as the strength of one's own body is stronger, when the talent is activated quickly, the status bonus obtained will be higher. However, ordinary methods have achieved little effect and progress is very slow. Now this gravity room is the hope that he can see again. In addition to the gravity room, we also have the research results of the extreme cold room, the heat room, the electrotherapy room, etc. to help all kinds of extraordinary people cultivate. The Hand of God spoke slowly with a smile on his face, and there was a touch of joy in his eyes. Because, he saw Lu Zimo's excited eyes. Arctic chamber. Is it similar to a gravity chamber? Take me to see. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo's tone is already full of interest. If it is the same as the gravity room, it can promote cultivation and promote it. Then this training room is indeed a bit complicated. Of course, no problem, please come with me. The Hand of God responded immediately, quickly leading the way. Just turning around, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Because he knows, things are done. From this moment when Lu Zimo took the initiative to ask, it means that their research institute already has something to attract Lu Zimo. Time passed slowly, and several rooms were visited. At this time, Lu Zimo and others were taken to the hall of the research institute to rest. Yanquan and the others sitting on the sofa were still shocked, recalling the various training rooms they visited just now. Because, during the visit just now, the heat room has a crucial role in the cultivation of Yanquan. These gravity chambers can also help the Queen and Lin Xiaoyi. Lu Zimo was also sitting on the sofa, showing admiration. It has to be said that the research institute does have some things. He had seen the extreme cold training room specially built for the ice girl in the magic capital. But, that's just pure cold condensation. And the practice room researched by the Hangzhou Research Institute actually has the function of gathering spiritual power. Let your physical talent be exercised at the same time, the spiritual power cultivation base will not fall. Moreover, with the gathering of spiritual power, it can improve the training progress of the body and talent. Both are complementary. Obviously, this is also one of the major breakthroughs of the Research Institute. However, this practice room is still in the development stage, and the technology of gathering spiritual power is not yet mature. Only through the help of spiritual stones, the spiritual energy in it can be guided and permeated in the practice room. The consumption is undoubtedly huge. Now Lingxi is precious. Therefore, the Research Institute has not put the exercise room into use. However, the Research Institute is also committed. Can be provided to Lu Zimo in advance. Therefore, Lu Zimo also looked solemnly at the Hand of God. Yes, I can join your Research Institute. You can also hunt mutant biological materials for you. It's just that I need priority access to these experimental results. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also agreed to this matter. And, he will try his best to help the institute. After all, the research institutes have achieved significant results. He is also the one who profited. No problem, nice to work with. The Hand of God had expected it long ago, showing a rare smile on his face, and then said solemnly. Master Gojo, our research institute still has important resources to donate. I guarantee you are satisfied. Having said that, the hand of God pressed the watch, and the notification was sent. You mean, psychic potion? Lu Zemo was thoughtful, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. If it is a spiritual power recovery potion and a spiritual power training potion, that would have no effect on him. Even the spiritual power recovery potion presented by their scientific research institute before. Although Lu Zemo has accepted it, he has not used it yet. Because no one can push him when the spiritual power is exhausted. Moreover, as long as it is not exhausted in a short period of time, he is able to recover quickly on his own. After 3 systems of strengthening his body, his spiritual power recovery speed is several times that of ordinary people. Ah, it is indeed a spiritual potion. Our research institute is willing to provide 100 spiritual potions for Lord Gojo every month. Seeing Lu Zemo's disdain, the hand of God was a little embarrassed, but he continued. Because in his cognition, compared to other resources provided by their research institute for Lu Zemo, spiritual potion is the most important thing. That is crucial to cultivation. Even their share to the Spiritual Power Bureau is only 1,000 per month. How big is the Spirit Power Bureau, and how many people are in it? However, Lu Zemo alone can get 100 sticks per month. It can be seen that the Scientific Research Institute values him. Surpass the Spiritual Power Bureau. And, over time, the types of spiritual potions that have been researched will only become more numerous. However, what the hand of God does not know is Lu Zemo's training speed. It is far beyond the ordinary genius. These psychic potions they value, to Lu Zemo, like water off a duck's back. But, at this time, Yanquan, the queen and others on the side. His eyes became hot. Before, Lu Zemo gifted them the potion. After they used it, the effect was great. At that time, they were not too much for 1 or 2. Now, in order to curry favor with Lu Zemo, the Scientific Research Institute even donated 100 sticks. Or a monthly share of 100. This handwriting is really big. In the heart of the murmur, Yanquan showed horror. However, he also knew it was normal. After all, in today's world where spiritual energy is revived, respect the strong. Lu Zemo is the first person in Hengcheng again, and this kind of treatment is no exaggeration. Oh, that's quite a lot. In the soft narration, Lu Zemo's heart moved. These potions, for people with low-level cultivation. That's a treasure. Now that he has the right to use the practice room, he has so many cultivation resources. So is it possible to be like Gojo Satoru? Bring a group of outstanding students out. For example, Xiaoyi, this little loli is very good. With S-level wind element talent, it is absolutely terrible to grow up. And I originally planned to cultivate Xiaoyi. The current conditions seem to be satisfied. In the soft narration, Lu Zemo's eyes narrowed slightly. A plan begins to arise in my heart. The night gradually deepened. Lu Zemo has returned to the apartment from the research institute. And what he brought back were rows of blue potions on the table. There are 100 of them, under the incandescent light. Exudes a faint blue brilliance. It looks mysterious and weird. This research institute really values me. In the soft narration, a faint smile flashed across Lu Zemo's handsome face. Because, the spiritual potion presented to him by the Scientific Research Institute. There are actually 90 spiritual power training potions and 10 spiritual power recovery potions. That ratio, so to speak, is pretty scary. Because, from today's point of view, the preciousness of spiritual power cultivation potions is much higher than that of spiritual power recovery potions. After all, one is to promote cultivation, and the other is to restore spiritual power. The gap between them is simply incomparable. Moreover, according to the information just obtained from Luo Ju, the ratio of the spiritual potions provided by the Scientific Research Institute to the Spiritual Power Bureau is only half. They want to ask for more spiritual power cultivation potions, but there is no way. It can be seen that the Scientific Research Institute attaches great importance to Lu Zemo. But, this emphasis is also normal. After all, this is an investment in the future. Judging from Lu Zemo's performance, catching super mutant creatures alive is like a joke. After that, extraordinary second order, extraordinary tier 3. Are these extraordinary high-level mutant creatures still far from their research institutes? Now, it's time to pick the right student. Taking back his gaze on the spiritual potion, Lu Zimo also had thoughts in his heart. Xiaoyi is undoubtedly one of them. Whether it is a powerful S-level wind control talent or a terrifying physical training aptitude, it is a well-deserved choice. As for the others, then wait until tomorrow to go to Luoju. Today, there are many talent awakeners in the Spiritual Power Bureau. Among them, there are many talents, all of which are quite good. If you choose a few to train yourself, Luoju will not refuse. Moreover, he believes that under the cultivation resources he has now, the selected students will surely grow up quickly. Well, let's see how Xiaoyi is doing. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also stood up and walked towards Lin Xiaoyi's room. At this time, in a pink bedroom, a childish voice echoed in it. Sister Ono, will I live here in the future? It was Xiaoyi who was lying on the pink bed, looking at another beautiful figure with joy. The beautiful figure was wearing a green dress, revealing her delicate collarbone, and sat by the bed. The two slender and straight jade legs are placed together, giving people a great temptation. At this time, Xiaoyi is also a delicate Lolita, and she has the flavor of Lolita. A pair of big eyes, constantly looking around in the room, like everything around. That's right, you will live with Sister Ono in the future, are you happy? Lin Xiaoyi responded with a smile, and now he has completely arranged everything for Xiaoyi. Her parents were also taken to Hangzhou from Tongcheng, and they have no worries about food and clothing since then, and their life is guaranteed. Just because they have a talented daughter. Of course I'm happy. I like Sister Ono the most. Xiaoyi responded with a smile, then raised her pinkish hour and aimed at a doll bear not far away. Suddenly, a breeze appeared out of thin air. Then the doll bear was sent directly to Lin Xiaoyi's arms. Sister Xiaoyi, I'll give you a cute big bear. Now, Xiaoyi also has a preliminary understanding of her talent, ability to control wind. It can be easily manipulated and then used. For example, control. Of course, only some lighter objects can be controlled. Xiaoyi still has too little spiritual power in her body, and her cultivation is still too low. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyi touched Xiaoyi's head and said enviously. After all, his own talent is only an A-level slippery ability, and it doesn't seem to have much effect other than dodging. However, Xiaoyi, who is young, has an S-rank talent or an element talent. Compared with this one, the gap is not so big. And this is the reason why Lu Zimo is interested in Xiaoyi. It's only been a few days since I woke up, and now I can simply control the wind. The talent is really terrifying. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo was also a little shocked when he saw this. At this time, he has quietly come to the door of the room. The scene of Xiaoyi manipulating the wind to move objects has a panoramic view. Actually, this is not to say that this operation is difficult. Just because it was made by a little girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. Therefore, Lu Zimo was also surprised. Moreover, Xiaoyi has only woken up a few days ago. This terrifying comprehension, I'm afraid it will help Xiaoyi a lot in the future. The future can be expected. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also walked into the room. Yeah, brother Zimo. You came to see me. Xiaoyi found Lu Zimo right away, jumped up from the bed, and rushed over in surprise. Time goes by slowly. The next day, in the office of the Spirit Power Bureau, early in the morning, a figure was already busy. The talent list, are you ready? In the soft inquiry, Luoju also looked at the staff beside him. Ready, Director, look, these are the list of extraordinary talents in Hangcheng that we sorted out last night. The staff immediately replied respectfully, and then placed a document on Luoju's desk. Just a look of exhaustion flashed across the face. Because these things are sorted out by working overtime all night. Well, I'm sorry for you. Go and rest. After Luoju finished speaking, he also turned his attention to the document on the desk. The above is the list of the most talented superhumans since joining their Hangzhou Spiritual Power Bureau. And the reason why it was sorted out is because Gojo actually said that he would bring students. This proposal surprised Luoju at the time. Unexpectedly, Gojo was willing to sacrifice his time to bring students. At first, He was worried that this would delay Gojo's own practice, but after thinking about it, he realized Gojo's talent, looking at the entire country, is the most extreme existence, the absolute ceiling level. Such a genius simply does not need to devote all his time to cultivation. Therefore, people were arranged immediately, and the statistical investigation began overnight, and the list was compiled. It seems that our Hangzhou Spiritual Power Bureau is going to grow again. Among the excited voices, Luo Ju also believed in Lu Zimo's strength. It will definitely bring out a group of strong students. After all, he also heard about the treatment provided to Lu Zimo by the Scientific Research Institute. Make him a little jealous. Under the cultivation of such rich resources, Lu Zimo's students will surely grow rapidly. And these students are all from their Hangzhou Spiritual Power Bureau. Therefore, this is not to enhance the strength of their hangcheng in disguise. At this time, I've seen Luo Ju. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also noticed the document on the table. It appears to have been sorted. Lu Zimo is very satisfied with the efficiency of the Lingli Bureau. However, this efficiency is the prerogative of Lu Zimo. If it is someone else, they must go through layers of applications before they can finally be finalized. But Lu Zimo, the ceiling of hangcheng's strength. They dare not have any delay. Now, in this world of spiritual revival where the strong are respected, power is all privilege. Well, Gojo, you're here, what you want has been prepared for you, you can choose it yourself, you can do whatever you want. Luo Ju pushed the information to Lu Zimo and said generously. Well, thank you Luo Ju. Nodding, Lu Zimo also picked up the information and looked at it. The information is very complete. From a person's age, talent, level, cultivation base, personality, and family background, etc., all are listed. It can be seen that it is very attentive. Li Zan, 14 years old, B-level talent, leg strengthening, character is firm. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo quickly finished reading this document. Among them, there are 4 people that he valued more. One of them is named Xiao Gui, who has A-level talent, strengthens his body, and can continuously strengthen his body. And what it takes to strengthen the body is spiritual power. Rely on spiritual power to stimulate talent and strengthen oneself. And if the spiritual power is enough, in theory, it can be continuously strengthened, which is comparable to the extraordinary mutant beasts. Very terrifying talent, similar to infinite evolution. Of course, as an A-level talent, there must be an end to strengthening. Moreover, there is a flaw that requires a lot of spiritual power to strengthen. So this little guy, now his spiritual power cultivation base is very low, and he has always only entered the first rank. The spiritual power that is cultivated every day is all consumed on the talent. Although the Spiritual Power Bureau has the intention to cultivate, but now the Spirit Stone is still an important material. A little boy who entered the first rank is definitely not qualified to use it. However, now Lu Zimo is backed by the Scientific Research Bureau. If the cultivation resources are smashed on this kid, it will definitely make him grow up quickly. The other 2 are acquaintances. The kendo girl and muscular boy who were rescued last time when the mutant rat tide was wiped out. The kendo girl also has A-level talent and beast intuition. A talent similar to the sixth sense. Perceptual talent. If it can be developed to the extreme, it can even be unpredictable. Anticipate the opponent's next move in advance. It is also very terrifying talent, very practical. There is also a muscle boy, who is also an A-level talent and has muscle strengthening. It can be turned on instantly, strengthen the muscles of the whole body, and increase the strength and defense of the body several times. Similar to Yanquan's talent, which is swift as fire, it is a temporary improvement of one's physical functions. However, the improvement of muscle youth mainly focuses on the strength and defense of the body. The degree of improvement is also much more terrifying than Yanquan. The last one, not the same as the previous 3. Because she is a beastly talent. A-level talent, snake transformation. So far, the legs can be initially turned into snake tails, and the power is huge. He is also the strongest among the 4. And, over time, talent develops. This woman might be able to turn into a snake. At that time, even Lu Zimo is looking forward to it. Okay, Luo Ju, I have chosen just these 4 people. Draw a circle on it, Lu Zimo also handed the list to Luo Ju. These 4 people, plus Feng Nu, were exactly 5 people. Standard for a squad. If cultivated, it will definitely be a terrifying combat power. Well, no problem, these children, but I'll leave them to you. Luo Ju nodded and said expectantly. He also wanted to know, these talented young girls. Finally under the cultivation of Lu Zimo. How far can it go? Have you heard? Next door to Maple Leaf City, an S-level elemental talent has recently appeared, and now he is about to break through half a step beyond. There seems to be a guy over there in Luocheng. He has already broken through a half-step extraordinary. He is a rock ability person, and he is very powerful. Recently, the actions of the city next door have been very frequent. Is there any major event going to happen? It seems that they wanted to borrow our Hengcheng Lord Gojo, but they were rejected, and now they have started a star-making plan. Hey, it's all the rest of our Hengcheng game. We, Lord Gojo, are in an extraordinary state. What do they compare to? Repeated discussions resounded in the performance hall of Hangzhou Lingli Bureau. Here, in addition to staging a martial arts competition, it is also a place where countless capable people can relax. After all, it was very pleasant to watch the gossip around while watching someone get beaten up. To be able to relax and cultivate the nerves of the whole day. Cultivation also requires a combination of work and rest. However, in a corner of the martial arts hall, in front of the martial arts stage number 77, there were 4 young girls with immature faces. Within a few meters around here, there are no other people, and it seems relatively deserted. But the discussion that broke out here is no less than a crowded area. Is it really Gojo-sama who summoned us? Are you going to accept us as students? The voice of anticipation sounded, and a thin young man looked at the girl beside him. That's right, the staff told us to come here to wait for Gojo-sama. The girl was carrying a black long sword and looked like a chivalrous woman. It's really great to finally be able to meet Gojo-sama again. It's a pity I didn't ask for an autograph that day. The thin young man seemed to be reminiscing, and said with some regret. What, you've seen Lord Gojo before? Are you so lucky? At this time, another young man with clear eyes and beautiful eyes was surprised with some envy. Let me tell you, a black beam that day. The 3 of them were having a heated discussion together, and they were very excited. There is only a girl with an indifferent face, separated by herself, standing in a relatively distant place. Looks lonely. Just then, suddenly, the originally noisy performance hall suddenly became quiet. Even the people who were still competing on the martial arts stage stopped. A pair of eyes, all staring at the door of the martial arts hall. It seems like some great big man has come out there. Hey, what's going on? Why is there no sound all of a sudden? Hey, why did those fighting stopped? What are they looking at? What is it? Because the teenagers are in the martial arts hall, which is relatively deep. Therefore, being blocked by the bodies of these adults, you can't see anything at all. He could only keep talking in a low voice. At this time, in the place where everyone's eyes converge, 3 people are walking slowly. Headed man, white hair, black blindfold. With his left hand in his pocket, he held a little girl with his right hand. Looks stylish and loving. A beautiful figure followed behind. A white dress complements her delicate skin like milk. It was Lu Zimo who led the Wind Girl Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoyi. Number 1. Number 2. While whispering softly, Lu Zimo also began to observe around. I notified those little guys today to gather at Yanwu platform on the 77th. He intends to first see what the abilities of these little guys are. After all, the data on paper is not comprehensive. You still have to experience it yourself, and then teach students in accordance with their aptitude. It is enough to designate a relevant training plan for each of them. Soon, Lu Zimo found the location of No. 77 Yanwu platform. There are 4 figures standing. Walk slowly. At this time, the other people in the martial arts field finally reacted. Isn't that Gojo-sama? How did he come to the martial arts hall? Is he here to fight people? Shouldn't it be? Who else in Hengcheng? Can you fight with Lord Gojo? Looks like he's here to find someone. For a while, the sound of continuous discussion continued to sound. As the first person in Hengcheng, he has a ceiling of combat power and a top-notch existence. No matter what you do, you get a lot of attention. Not to mention, suddenly appearing in the martial arts hall. This is a big deal. Because whether it is a competition or something else, it all represents a big melon. The essence of human beings eating melons, even if the spiritual energy is revived, has not disappeared. At this time, under the eyes of countless people who were surprised and puzzled, Lu Zimo came to the number 77 Yanwu platform, that is, stopped in front of the 4 boys and girls. Is that my classmate? Feng Nu Xiaoyi looked at the 4 of them and said suspiciously. Well, Xiaoyi, come here and let you, teacher Gojo, do some business first. Lin Xiaoyi nodded and pulled Feng Nu to his side. Feng Nu was also very obedient, so she took 2 steps back and came to Lin Xiaoyi's side. Gojo-sama stopped. Is he here to find these boys and girls? What is the relationship between these young girls and Gojo-sama? The people around were talking quietly. At this time, the teenagers and girls in the center lived in Bangbu. They all showed excited expressions. Among them, the thin young man's face and neck were even more reddened. The others were also gritting their teeth and clenching their fists excitedly. Only the girl on the edge remained indifferent. Even, there is fear and worry in the eyes of Lu Zimo. In addition to feeling the eyes of everyone, he became dodgy again. Is that the snake girl? Mumbling in his heart, Lu Zimo also noticed this girl. He has always been standing alone, as if he doesn't fit in with the group. So, is it because of animalization? Are you afraid of being rejected by yourself? Thinking of the girl's ability, Lu Zimo also had guesses in his heart. Because in the records, when Snake Girl awakened her talent for the first time, her legs turned into snake tails. It will definitely be regarded as a mutant beast by unknown people, who have experienced many tragic encounters. Even if he joins the Spiritual Power Bureau now, those with the ability to transform into beasts are powerful. But it is also the group of people who are treated as monsters. Always isolated and far away. Come to think of it, it is because of this that today's snake girl becomes so inferior and withdrawn. However, he wouldn't care. Gojo-sama, do you really want to accept us as students? At this time, the skinny boy was the first to ask. The others were also staring at Lu Zimo, expecting his answer. Of course, so you have to call me Teacher Gojo. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also took a step forward. The thin young man threw his fist fiercely, unable to control himself with excitement, his whole body trembled. The other 2 also showed excited smiles, and their eyes were extremely excited. Even the girl who has been indifferent standing in the corner has a hint of excitement in her eyes. However, he quickly hid himself and looked down at his toes. It seems to be afraid of the eyes of the people. My God, Gojo-sama actually accepted students. Can I still sign up now? Didn't you look at the age of these people? And these people's talents must also be top-notch. That thin boy, but A-level talent, other people will definitely not be too low. A series of exclamations sounded. Countless people showed envious eyes. After all, who is Gojo, the first person in Hangchang? Who doesn't want to be his student? But at this time, no one dared to step forward and be presumptuous. Only dared to discuss from a distance. Be quiet, although you are now my students, but if you don't behave well, I will expel you. Lu Zimo looked at the excited 4 people in front of him and said solemnly. If they don't work hard, then even more resources are useless. At that time, I will definitely remove him from the team and reselect him. I am just providing them with an opportunity, can I seize it? Depends on them too. Well, Teacher Gojo, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Everyone opened their mouths one after another, clenching fists with both hands, and their expressions were firm. Even the indifferent girl said firmly at this time. There is a gleam in the eyes. Yes, next, you will come to the stage to show me your respective abilities. Who will come first? In a light inquiry, Lu Zimo set his eyes on Snake Girl. The Snake Girl's eyes were shaken, and she was about to speak. Sudden, ***. The thin young man took the lead and rushed to the stage of martial arts. Hello Mr. Gojo, my code name is Muscle Jr., and my ability is muscle strengthening. In the soft narration, the muscular boy began to take off his shirt. The body is very thin and completely dissatisfied with the code name. Then, in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, On the body of the muscular boy, a piece of muscle bulged directly. In an instant, a skinny teenager turned into a muscular teenager. The people in the audience were stunned. Moreover, the muscles on the muscular boy's body are still surging. As if there is life, it is amazing. Drink. With a loud shout, the muscular boy clenched his right fist and hit the ground. At this time, the muscles on his shoulders, like life, kept squirming. Boom. A punch hit the ground with a loud bang. Although there is nothing on the ground, but it can still be seen that the power is huge. Not bad, come down. Lu Zimo nodded affirmatively, just under the observation of his heavenly eyes. The moment the muscle boy talent was activated, the whole body strength and defense were at least 3 times stronger. And when punching, it seems to have the use of muscle strength. The power was actually increased by 30%. Very scary. It is also now that the muscular youth cultivation base is only the second order entry. However, at this time, he is only relying on his own body to fight against the third order people without any problem. Didn't you see all the onlookers around at this time stunned and looked at the muscular boy in surprise? And Lu Zimo also analyzed the problem of the muscular youth at this time. The body is too weak. Muscular teenagers who originally had no muscles can become real big muscle teenagers with reinforcement. So, what if Muscle Boy was originally a body of muscle? Wouldn't that be more explosive? Thinking about it, Lu Zimo also has a training plan in his heart. Woman, you and Xiao Gui don't have to go up, both of you can't use your talents directly, so. Next Snake Girl, you go up and show it bravely, don't be afraid. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also put his encouraging eyes on Snake Girl. People have to overcome their fears in order to grow better. And the fear in the Snake Girl's heart is the eyes of everyone. The people who didn't know what to do before left a shadow in her heart. Now, Lu Zimo wants to help her break the demons. The snake goddess hesitated, still a little scared. He looked down at his toes and pinched the corners of his clothes with both hands. Confused inside, she was frightened. Everyone saw her half-human, half-snake eyes that looked at monsters. But, after meeting Lu Zimo's encouraging gaze, in the end, he gritted his teeth, sighed in his heart, and walked up directly. Teacher Gojo, my codename. Snake Girl, still very nervous and scared, bowed her head for a long time and couldn't speak. Come on, keep talking. At this time, the muscular boy and others all looked at Snake Girl to cheer her on. They don't know Snake's abilities. The mind is also very simple. I thought the Snake Girl was just an introvert. Although, today's Snake Woman is indeed introverted. However, it is not the most fundamental reason. Although Lu Zimo did not speak. But at this time, he looked directly into the eyes of the Snake Girl, and nodded affirmatively. Immediately, Snake seems to have been greatly encouraged. The spirit instantly became uplifted. He raised his head sharply. My code name is Snake Girl, my ability is. The voice was still timid, but firm. When the people present heard it, their expressions froze, and they were immediately stunned. However, the Snake Girl at this time can no longer manage so much. Boom! A vain roar sounded, and a strange energy emerged. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the Snake Girl's legs were first swept away by a burst of cyan energy, and then turned into snake tails directly. 1 meter, at least 1 meter long snake tail coiled on the ground. Countless cyan scales exuded a coquettish radiance under the light at this time. At the same time, the aura of the Snake Girl suddenly changed at this time. Become more cold and indifferent. An air of danger begins to permeate. It's really good. You are very strong, you don't have to care about other people's eyes. In today's world, the strong is king. Lu Zimo set his eyes on Snake Woman's tail and taught softly. The Snake Girl after snake transformation is really strong. Let her originally only have the cultivation of the third order entry level, at least to be able to fight with the fourth level entry. This is the beastly talent. A powerful but despised talent. Thank you Mr. Gojo, I understand. The Snake Girl nodded heavily, with infinite gratitude in her eyes. At this moment, the Snake Girl suddenly woke up under Lu Zimo's words. The lost confidence was regained. Never be disturbed by others. At this time, the other people in the martial arts hall all put away their mocking and weird gazes at Snake Girl. Cast in awe, because, Today's world. The strong is king. Snake becomes Gojo's student. Take Gojo's abilities. The snake girl will definitely be a very strong one in the future. Them. I can't be bothered. Hangchang, in a luxury apartment. Lu Zimo is relaxing on the sofa. There is a tablet on the table in front of the sofa. Inside the computer is a document, a training plan. That's right. This is Lu Zimo's exclusive training plan for his 5 students. Although they became their own students. But, the master led the door, and practiced to see the individual. In the end, it is up to them to work hard. And, as long as they follow their own practice plan, plus their own support, the achievement is definitely not low. After all, these are all their own, according to each of their natural characteristics, cultivation qualifications, physical quality and other aspects of data. Combined with the research institute, the special practice room was formulated. It is definitely the most suitable cultivation plan for them, able to let their cultivation base grow rapidly, such as muscular teenagers. His current flaw is that his body is not strong enough, and his core strength comes from talent. The point of action of talent lies in the muscles of the whole body. Therefore, it can be combined with the gravity room on the other side of the Scientific Research Institute. Do dumbbells, sit-ups, push-ups, and more. Quickly builds muscular teens' bodies into strong, firm muscles. Only in this way can his talents be developed to the greatest extent. At the same time, there is the existence of spiritual power cultivation potions. The spiritual power of the muscular youth will not drop too much. After all, the current stage of spiritual power cultivation potions, for entry level. In particular, the effect of the entry-level low level is very obvious. So as long as the muscular teenager follows his own practice machine, he insists on practicing it every day. Within a few months, his strength will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Now, it's up to them. Mumbling in his heart, Lu Zimo also sent this document to Lin Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoyi is his assistant. Take charge of these little guys. Although I say I let them practice, but the supervisor is still essential. I hope that among them, someone will be able to enter the extraordinary. While whispering softly, Lu Zimo also cast his eyes out of the window. Now, it is late at night. The metropolis that was supposed to be a feast for the eyes, is now pitch dark. After the aura recovered, all the entertainment activities in Hangcheng were replaced by cultivation. In this huge city, there are still many dangers hidden. As for outside of Hangzhou, not to mention it, mountains and deep seas have all been transformed into paradises for mutant beasts. Now, those beasts that were tamed by humans once again stood on the same starting line of evolution with them. Moreover, mutant beasts have an advantage that humans will never be able to compare. That's the quantity. If human beings do not step up their cultivation, they will improve their strength. Who is in charge of the ups and downs of the land under our feet, not sure. They are human beings, and they all have the possibility of being reduced to the status of livestock in the old era. Thinking of this, even Lu Zimo's mood is inevitably a little heavy. But, I wouldn't let that happen. While whispering softly, Lu Zimo couldn't help but think of a good seedling among these little guys. Snake Girl, absolutely good seed, although the talent cannot be compared with the Wind Girl. However, with her own help, Snake got rid of her inner demon. The body, mind, etc. have reached an excellent state. Future achievements will not necessarily be lower than Feng Nu, who has S-level talent. And now, the cultivation plan of these little guys has been settled. It's time to start your own practice. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also sat directly on the sofa. Close your eyes, then turn on the system. Suddenly a system panel appeared in front of you. Host, Lu Zimo. Level, Extraordinary First Order. Energy points, 740,000. Fusion template, Gojo Satoru. Fusion progress, 35%. Awakening talent, Ice control, can control ice and dominate the extremely cold world. Ability, unlimited spells, terrifying spells that perpetuate all over the body, absolute defense, able to resist all attacks. Kang, with Kang as the center of attraction, the output can reach positive infinity. Extended usage, teleport. His own abilities suddenly appeared in his mind soberly. Now my Gojo Satoru's abilities have reached the pinnacle. Whether it's Kang, he, or the virtual form, there is no room for improvement for the time being, so. While murmuring in his heart, Lu Zimo also put his mind on the talent controlled by Bingbing. After all, these 3 moves won't get any boost unless Gojo Satoru's fusion progress is increased. However, if you want to improve the fusion progress of the Gojo Satoru template, you have to improve your spiritual power. Maybe, Gojo Satoru's template fusion progress can only be improved if he has to step into the extraordinary second order. However, he has just broken through the extraordinary not long ago, and wants to break through again. It's not as easy as you might imagine. Because the extraordinary stage is also divided into early, middle and late stages. The current Lu Zimo is only just entering the early stage of extraordinary. So, the talent of ice control can now be developed. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also made a decision. Although it's only an A+ level talent, but can't stand it, Lu Zimo has a system. Now I have 740,000 energy points. It only takes a mere 260,000 energy points to make up 1 million. It's time to strengthen the ice control. Let him upgrade from A+ level to S level talent directly, that's not a good thing. So, it still has development value. Before, the use of this talent to condense ice blades and ice guns was only the most basic plastic application. Now, time to develop higher level moves. The night passed quietly. Lu Zimo thought all night. Now the corners of his mouth twitched. Because he seems to have developed a good move. Now let's see how it goes in practice. Immediately, without hesitation, Lu Zimo went directly to the research institute. There is a free exercise room there, you don't need to use it for nothing. Moreover, the practice room can indeed help you to practice better. Is that Gojo-sama? Is he the one who caught an extraordinary mutant giant bear for us? It's really amazing. And you're still working so hard that you came to practice early in the morning. As Lu Zimo walked through the snow-white passage, countless researchers on both sides were talking. It was still early in the morning and the scientific research had not yet started, so they all stopped in the passage and saluted Lu Zimo. There are admiration, gratitude, admiration, envy in the eyes. Lu Zimo ignored it and went directly to the Jihan exercise room. The temperature in the room is extremely low, a full 20 degrees below zero. But Lu Zimo stood there like a nobody. Ice control. In a soft whisper, Lu Zimo opened his right hand. The spiritual power in the body surged towards the palm of his hand. The palm of his hand gradually glowed blue. Ha! The next moment, a mass of ice suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. And, under his control, the ice began to slowly deform. It was pinched into the shape of a flying knife. The azure blue transparent flying knife. In this extremely cold room of -20 degrees, the blade body is surrounded by cold mist. It is enough to see the low temperature of this flying knife. The ability to condense the flying knives at such a low temperature proves that the ice spirit power in Lu Zimo's body at this time is of extremely high quality. The next moment, the ice blade was deformed again, turning into the shape of an ice dart. Not just ice skates and ice darts. As long as Lu Zimo thinks, he can even condense everything in the world. And this, it is a manifestation of spiritual control reaching a very high level. The Ice Maiden at the time was because she did not have a high degree of control over spiritual power. So even a skating blade is condensed and extremely rough. Not only will it waste a lot of spiritual power, but the hardness of the ice blade itself will also be more condensed than Lu Zimo's. Not much. As for some more complex condensates, things like Ice Lotus. When the Ice Girl just condensed, it was a lump of ice, without any shape at all. The reason for this is the Ice Girl's control of her own spiritual power. Too poor. I don't know, how is the Ice Girl's training now? While murmuring in his heart, Lu Zimo couldn't help but think of the Ice Girl. But, Lu Zimo recovered quickly. He put his eyes on the ice dart that he had condensed. My condensate, it's not just about shaping. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo's thoughts moved. The ice darts shot straight towards the wall. Shish. The sound of breaking the air came, and the power of this blow was definitely not low. If it hits the wall, it will definitely smash a big hole. But, boom, the ice dart unexpectedly exploded halfway through the throwing knife, turning into countless ice slag. But these ice slags did not splash, but turned into white mist in midair. Congeal. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo's eyes were also staring at the white ice fog. As soon as Lu Zimo's voice fell, the white fog turned into countless ice thorns out of thin air. The next moment, countless ice thorns burst out, heading in all directions. Every ice thorn flashed with a sharp cold glow. Thorn, thorn, thorn. Countless ice thorns shot easily into the walls, the ground, and the ceiling. Then, these ice thorns turned into white mist and disappeared again, leaving only gaps full of potholes. This extremely cold room made of special materials can be easily damaged. Not bad. In the soft admiration, Lu Zimo also showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. At least for now, it's pretty good. Lu Zimo can already imagine. If the enemy was caught off guard, the white mist turned into ice thorns and exploded suddenly. Absolutely amazing results. And, not just ice thorns. The white mist can also be turned into ice knives, ice picks, etc. As long as Lu Zimo thinks, nothing can't be turned into. And this is Lu Zimo's ultimate control of spiritual power using 6 eyes. Developed for advanced use of ice. For example, Kang's high-level application, teleportation, is to compress the distance between the starting point and the ending point. I also use the ice to control this talent and control the ice. Then use the ultimate control of spiritual power to turn the ice into white mist. Convert freely between the two. And if you want to switch at will, only Lu Zimo, who has mastered his spiritual power to the extreme, can do it. Like an ice girl, it's impossible to do it at all. It can even be said that in this world, only Lu Zimo can do this trick. Because only Lu Zimo has 6 eyes, the control of spiritual power has reached the extreme. What's a good name? In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also thought about the name of this trick. Turn ice into any shape to attack. Ice can be transformed into white mist again. Formless, formless. Just call it wushang. In the soft narration, the air in the entire extremely cold room instantly turned into countless ice crystals. Ice crystals stagnated in midair, reflecting Lu Zimo's handsome face. Tread. Every time Lu Zimo took a step forward, the ice crystals in front of him turned into white mist. And with Lu Zimo out of the extreme cold room, countless ice crystals disappeared, leaving only white ice fog in a room. What's the situation? Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Didn't it cool down recently? God, why do I feel a terrifying aura? This pressure, it seems to be only possessed by extraordinary powerhouses, who are the 5 people fighting against. No, I once felt the power of Lord Gojo. Although this pressure is very strong, it can't be compared with Lord Gojo. Repeated exclamations sounded from all corners of the Spiritual Power Bureau. At this moment, everyone felt the pressure of a terrifying heat wave. Let the spiritual power in countless people stagnate, and it becomes difficult to breathe. Some people even started to tremble all over. Sweating a lot. Sweaty. As if you just fell into the water, your whole body is soaked in sweat. Fear. Terrible heat wave. Terrible coercion. It's torture both physically and mentally. What is that? Suddenly, a light of fire flew out of the sky. Everyone looked out curiously and cautiously. In sight, countless terrifying flames swept across the sky of the Spiritual Power Bureau. Even the surrounding clouds were reflected in fiery red. And among the countless flames, there was a person standing quietly among them. Burning hair, burning eyebrows, even in the eyes, there seemed to be 2 flames burning roaringly. And around him, countless flames were entwined. Those flames seemed to have consciousness, constantly circulating in his body, exuding terrifying scorching heat and terrifying pressure. Then, isn't it Yanquan? Is he breaking through the transcendent realm? So terrifying. Is this the transcendent realm? Is he ready to fight Gojo-sama? No, although the breath on his body is terrifying, compared to Lord Gojo, it is still a lot worse. In the continuous discussion, countless people recognized the figure. Although his whole person was covered in flames. But the terrifying flame power. Except for Fire Fist. In the Spiritual Power Bureau, no one else can reach. Countless people looked at the burning man in the air with envy against the heat and enormous pressure. Transcendent realm, undoubtedly an extraordinary realm powerhouse. Resonating with the heavens and the earth, it evoked countless flame elements, causing the terrifying flames to rewind in the sky of the Spiritual Power Bureau for a full 100 meters range. Horrible. So, I should be eligible to fight Gojo now. In the soft narration, Yanquan's pair of fiery eyes constantly glanced at the Spiritual Power Bureau. The two flaming flames in his pupils were like the fighting spirit surging in his heart. That surging flame is the source of his whole body strength. This moment, he felt himself full of power. Strong power. Rampage power. Nowhere to vent the power. He eager to fight, or a fight with Gojo. He is waiting for this day. Really too long. From the moment of being surpassed by Gojo's cultivation. He was trying to catch up in Gojo's footsteps. Now, finally, he and Gojo are on the same cultivation level again. As this, the transcendence of self-breakthrough. In the soft narration, there is a bit of envy and a bit of loneliness in the eyes of the war pig. He can feel the power of Dao Yanquan at this time. Very powerful, whether it is the temperature of the flame, or the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations. Much stronger than before. Then let me come and meet you. In the murmur in his heart, the war pig's whole body surged with spiritual energy. He could feel the terrifying fighting intent on Yanquan at this time. He also knew that Fire Fist was looking for Gojo. But now, let him first try the strength of Yanquan. Shoo, the figure flashed, and it turned into a streamer and rushed into the air. A punch slammed into the flame fist fiercely. The huge fist is covered with terrifying spiritual power fluctuations. Killing spirit. Iron-blooded killing spirit. Only the battle-hardened people can condense. And war pig. It is the top artificial powerhouse from the military. Good come. Yanquan's pupils shrank suddenly, looking at the fist of the war pig without fear. He could feel the power of this punch was terrifying. Definitely able to crack rocks. But, for him at this time, not enough. Totally not enough. Yanquan's eyes narrowed, and he raised his right hand, and his spiritual power surged wildly. Above the fist, a terrifying flame is burning. The temperature of the flame is extremely high, and the burning surrounding air is twisted. And that, it's not over yet. I saw that on top of the flaming fist, a larger flaming fist gradually began to condense. It is several meters in size, burning a more terrifying flame, releasing the extreme high temperature. Drink. With a loud shout, the flame fist slammed out. The terrifying huge flame fist directly enveloped the whole body of the war pig. Boom. The huge flame fist devoured the flame fist directly, and then exploded suddenly. A huge roar erupted. Countless sparks exploded like fireworks. Call out. The next moment, a figure flew out from the endless sparks. He looked embarrassed and disheartened. God, so strong. Unexpectedly, the war pig was repelled with one move, and the war pig is the top powerhouse in the military. How is it possible that the flame fist has just broken through? Is this strength comparable to that of Lord Gojo? Impossible. Lord Gojo is much more terrifying than Yanquan. The repeated exclamations continued to sound, and everyone's eyes widened. In disbelief, he looked at the group of burning firemen in the air. It turns out, one move, really just one trick. It will repel the military's top extraordinary powerhouse. This moment, some people even think that Yanquan can be comparable to Gojo. War pig. But so, in the soft narration, the spiritual power of the flame fist surged again. The crazy fighting intent in his heart made him take another shot at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Countless punches in succession. In front of the flame fist, one huge fiery fist condensed into one after another. Each one is several meters in size and exudes a scorching flame. Quote. With a loud shout, countless flaming fists headed towards the place where the war pig was at this time. Compared to the previous time when facing the giant bear, this move now. More power, higher temperature, and faster speed. For a while, it was like a falling meteor. Countless flame fists poured out. Stop, stop, stop. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Seeing this scene, the war pig's face turned green, and exclaimed quickly. Joke. Just one blow made his fists turn red, and even some parts were burned. If it wasn't for the spiritual power in his body protecting his entire body, he might have been scorched just now. Is this still a haircut? Who can resist such a burst of flames? But, just as the war pig was about to flee, suddenly my heart skipped a beat. Because he discovered a terrible thing. Behind him is a residential area. At this time, countless flame fists have already shot towards him. If he runs away, then countless ordinary people behind him will suffer. And he is a soldier. It is his duty to protect the home and the country. How could you just watch this happen? Grass. The flame fist in the air cursed inwardly, and his face suddenly changed greatly. He also saw the magnitude of the problem. Although he has stopped at this time, but those flaming fists have already blasted towards the war pig. Or cover the area behind the war pig directly. At this moment, the flame fist is directly stunned. It's over. The area behind the war pig is over. Gone. I don't even know how to hold back this flame fist. How dare you attack with all your strength in the city? What to do? Those ordinary people are innocent. I only hope that the war pig can block all these flame fists. Among the repeated exclamations, countless people showed worried eyes. They were so anxious that they wanted to save people. But the distance of hundreds of meters between the two makes them even less capable than extraordinary. It's not too late at all. Ah, help, what kind of disaster is this? Does that extraordinary person want to kill us? God, is he still human? A very frightened voice came from the area covered by the fire fist. Countless ordinary people began to scream, abuse, and run away. An aura of despair and terror filled the surroundings. Hey, hearing the screams of these ordinary people behind him, the war pig's heart went numb. Why so unlucky? He knew that he couldn't blame Yanquan, because he was the one who made the first move. And the flame fist that just broke through, and the fighting spirit is surging, and it is impossible to hold back. Nima, I just don't know how long I'll be in the hospital bed. Seeing this, the war pig sighed lightly, and directly faced the flame fist and rushed up. The whole body is madly surging, and the troubles that I have caused shall be borne by myself. He will use these flaming fists to use his flesh. Block them all. Boom. There was a constant roar. Countless flame fists exploded in the air, and the spiritual power of the war pig was rapidly consumed. Moreover, the war pig at this time has been seriously injured. In order to block the flame fist, he used most of his spiritual power to bombard it. Without the protection of spiritual power, the body is directly burned by the extreme high temperature. Boom! Another flaming fist exploded, and there was not much spiritual energy left in the war pig's body. There was no intact place on the whole body. Fight! The war pig gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain all over his body, and rushed up again, with a trace of sadness in his bloodshot pupils. Because at this time, he actually felt the danger of death. If he's rushing up, he will die. Absolutely will die. This extreme high temperature will definitely melt his body in an instant. Of course, this must have been his delusion. However, lying on the hospital bed will definitely not be able to run. But now, there is no way. Now only this last flaming fist is left. Block it anyway. Drink. The war pig gave a loud shout, closed his eyes, surged the remaining spiritual energy in his body, and rushed forward resolutely. At this time, a white mist suddenly appeared in front of the war pig, exuding an astonishing chill. What's the situation? The war pig was already a little delirious, and he didn't react for a while. But the next moment, just when he was about to hit the flame fist, the white fog directly well covered the flame fist, and a huge ice cube suddenly appeared in front of him. Among the ice cubes, the falling flame fist is still frozen. The red color of the flame is even preserved in transparent ice cubes. Solidified in midair, it looks mysterious and weird. This is Gojo. Look at these familiar ice cubes, and the bone-chilling chill on my body. The war pig woke up suddenly. Gojo. This force is definitely Gojo. He was saved. What is that? How come an ice cube suddenly appeared? Are you stupid? That's Gojo-sama's power. Gojo-sama is here. God. Fortunately, Lord Gojo is here, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Amidst the repeated exclamations, countless people widened their eyes. Look at this miraculous scene in front of you. The originally unstoppable flame fist was directly given to the power of Lord Gojo. Frozen. Boom. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the huge block of ice that sealed the flaming fist suddenly burst open, turning into countless white mists. The huge roar shook everyone's spirits. At this moment, a cold, seemingly emotionless voice suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Out of control power that shouldn't be. As the voice fell, countless white mist instantly turned into flying knives. The flying knife is azure blue. Incredibly sharp. It shone coldly in the light of the fire. Shish. The sound of breaking air came one after another. Next moment, countless flying knives moved towards the flame fist at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Densely packed, flying all over the sky. Terrible. Gojo-sama, it's really Gojo-sama, Gojo-sama is here. It's amazing, is this the strength of Lord Gojo? Before anyone arrived, he had already directly dealt with the huge flaming fist. It's terrifying. First, the fire fist of Yanquan is frozen, and then countless flying knives are created to counterattack. It's too terrifying. Is this Lord Gojo's new move? It's amazing to turn countless white mists into ice skates. In the repeated exclamations, countless people began to look for Gojo's figure. But none were found, except for the voice that just appeared, only the flying knives in the sky as the proof that Gojo has come. The flying knives that fill the sky, each one is surging with cold air, with a sharp edge. It makes your scalp feel numb just by looking at it. At this time, but they all shot towards the flame fist. So strong, locked by countless ice knives, Yanquan gasped. He could feel the dangerous aura coming from these ice blades. It was terrifying. Really scary. It made his heart skip a beat. He has a feeling that no matter which one it is, as long as it is shot at him, can easily penetrate their own body. But, the more so, the fighting spirit in his heart grew stronger. Meteor-like fire. In the soft whisper, Yanquan's whole body's spiritual power surged wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Several punches were fired one after another, and the flaming fists condensed again, heading towards the ice crystal. For a moment, above the sky, the ultimate ice and fire duel. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, countless azure blue flying knives collided with fiery red huge flame fists in the air. Boom! A huge roar sounded at the moment when the two collided. What is astonishing is that wherever the ice blade passes, the flame fist dissipates. Immediately pierced by an ice knife. What? How is this possible? In the terrified voice, Yanquan watched all this in disbelief. His full-strength shot is still the same as before. Can't make any waves in Lu Zimo's hands. Yanquan let out a roar, and the whole body's spiritual power surged wildly, and the flames on his body were even better. Between the heavens and the earth, countless fire elements were all pulled and gathered around Yanquan's body, burning the mountains and boiling the sea. With a loud shout, countless hot flames gushed out from the flame fist. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in countless flames. A full range of nearly 100 meters. Searing heat, scorching everything. A smile appeared on the corner of Yanquan's mouth. This is the skill he comprehends after breaking through the extraordinary first order. Under the state of swiftness and fire, it costs all the spiritual power of the whole body. Arouse the flame element between heaven and earth, creating countless hot flames. Form a trend of burning mountains and boiling seas. Now, he will use this trick to compete with Lu Zimo. God, it's so hot, I'm so hot, is this the power of the extraordinary? So this is the full strength of Yanquan. It's terrifying. Can you stop Mr. Gojo's flying knife? It should be possible. After all, the flying knife was consumed by the flame fist with the fire fist before. Hey, among those countless ice knives, why is there a figure? Wait, that seems to be Lord Gojo. Amidst the repeated exclamations, it suddenly stopped abruptly. Everyone seemed to be lost, their eyes fixed on the sky. In the eyes, with envy and admiration. I see. I don't know when, a figure has suddenly appeared among the countless flying knives. White hair, black blindfold. It was like the face that came out of the comics, reflected on the blades of countless flying knives. It was Lu Zimo. Lu Zimo put his hands in his pockets, squinting at the flame fist. There is arrogance in the look. Not bad. You have such strength just after breaking through. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo waved his hand gently. Suddenly, those flying knives changed again. Countless flying knives actually condensed together. Condensed into the appearance of an ice sword. And, with the gathering of countless flying knives, the ice sword is getting bigger and bigger, from less than 1 meter at the beginning, to several meters now. By the time it finally takes shape, dozens of meters. An ice sword more than 10 meters long suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The azure blue transparent blade is extremely sharp, reflecting the dazzling firelight, the heart throbbing. The deadly cold air gathered around, constantly freezing the air, and then turning into ice slag and becoming part of the ice sword. It, still expanding, as if there is no end, it is extremely terrifying. At this time, a biting cold air also enveloped the sky and the earth, in stark contrast to the scorching heat of Yanquan. And the cold is still eroding the heat wave. The heat wave was receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. To be honest, although it was a visual enjoyment, my body couldn't take it anymore. Gone. One side of the body is terribly hot, and the other side is shivering from the cold. Is this the two heavens of ice and fire? Who on earth will they win? As far as my body is concerned, I think Gojo-sama will win without a doubt. Among the repeated exclamations, countless people were optimistic about Gojo without hesitation. Whether it is his previous record or the aura he has created now. In the eyes of countless people in the Spiritual Power Bureau. After all, Gojo is better. Drink, it's good. Yanquan also saw the ice sword, his eyes narrowed, and a fiery aura erupted. Push hard. Boom. A vain roar sounded. The sea of fire formed by the flame fist has already moved towards Luzimo and the huge ice sword. It's just a breakthrough after all. In the soft narration, Luzimo is also controlling the huge ice sword that has grown to 20 meters now, and goes towards the sea of flames of Yanquan. The ice sword turned into a streamer and shot into the sea of fire at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Single quote. A loud roar came. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, a sea of fire nearly 100 meters away was. Under the piercing of the huge ice sword, the pieces condensed into huge ice blocks. Seeing this scene, countless CDDD people were dumbfounded. Even the flame fist. Is the gap really that big? Yanquan didn't believe it. His eyes widened, staring at the ice sword, wanting to see the part of him that was melted. But, no. The ice sword showed no sign of melting. Instead, he fought more and more bravely. The 100-meter sea of fire was condensed into ice cubes in a way that was visible to the naked eye. And I can also feel a biting chill that begins to cover my whole body. This farce can end. As soon as Luzimo finished speaking, the flame fist was frozen. The flames of the whole body were extinguished, and at this time, they were firmly suppressed in the ice cubes, enduring the bone-chilling cold. But, at this point more than the physical damage is a mental blow, even if he has broken through the extraordinary first order. But the gap with Luzimo is still bottomless. Your own all-out blow. In front of Luzimo, it can be easily destroyed and turned into ice cubes. Hey, with a heavy sigh, Yanquan closed his eyes, and his heart was beaten to pieces. My God, this is too exaggerated. Rolling, extreme rolling without any resistance. Lord Gojo didn't consume much the whole time, right? He even froze the full force of Yanquan with ease. Wow, that iceberg is so spectacular, it condenses in midair. How did Lord Gojo do it? As expected of the first person in Hangchang, no one can shake this throne. A series of exclamations sounded in the Spiritual Power Bureau, and at this moment, countless capable people were stunned. It only took a few seconds from the sea of fire nearly 100 meters to the iceberg. Gojo, with an invincible asset, directly defeat Yanquan. In particular, the iceberg in the sky is crystal clear and exudes a cold air. Inside there is a fiery red sea of fire and ice, and there is a flame fist that has just broken through the extraordinary first order. Formed a magnificent landscape. Brighten your fire well. In the soft narration, Luzimo also waved his hand. Immediately, the iceberg disappeared, turned into white mist, and the flame fist fell from it. Hey, yes, Yanquan's eyes are endlessly lonely, but still respectfully replied. This is the most basic respect for the strong. What's more, Luzimo beat him easily. He was unwilling in his heart, but he had to obey. And he also realized how big the gap between himself and Gojo is. Although they are all extraordinary. But, in the fight just now, Luzimo didn't use his full strength from start to finish. It is also his second talent. In this way, you can easily defeat yourself. Now, he can't even raise his heart to challenge again. He clearly knew, Gojo, as the first person in Hangchang, the existence of the ceiling of combat power. It's not something he can shake at all. Time passed slowly, and days passed by in a flash. The turmoil of that day's battle has gradually subsided. Since that day, Yangquan has been hit hard, and he has gone into self-cultivation. Lu Zimo is an existence that sees the beginning and the end of the dragon, and rarely appears in the Spiritual Power Bureau. People are also attracted by the new storm. Have you heard? There is a 10-meter-high supernatural warrior in Tianfu. His whole body can be turned into a rock, which is particularly terrifying. Yeah, I saw a video of him stepping on a mutant beast with 1 foot. That scene is so sour. And there is also the Imperial Capital. There is a girl in the extraordinary realm, what is the name of the electric wave girl, who can launch electromagnetic waves and penetrate a huge mutant beast with 1 blow. Is this the strongest among us humans? It's really amazing, I just don't know who is stronger than Gojo-sama. Hey, don't think about it, Lord Gojo hangs everything. He is definitely the strongest in the game, and he doesn't accept refutation. Countless people all stared at the electronic screen, exclaiming and discussing from time to time. Because with the recovery of the network, the battle videos of the strongest transcendents in major cities have also been circulated one by one. Just to show off the power of his city's extraordinary warriors on the internet. It's normal to show off your mentality. Many people from Hangchang also edited Lu Zimo's battle scene into a high-burning mixed cut, which exploded directly in the online world. At this time, in an apartment in Hangchang. It's really strong. Some exclamations came, and even Lu Zimo was amazed by the figure in the video. Because of that figure, it is 10 meters tall. The 10-meter-tall giant was covered in a strange yellow light. Like a hard rock, standing between the heavens and the earth, it exudes a heavy aura. Boom! In the picture, a 10-meter-tall giant stepped out in the endless beast tide. Suddenly there was a huge roaring sound. Even the ground was constantly trembling. And those low-level mutant beasts fell directly to the ground, being crushed by a huge rock giant, leaving a huge footprint pothole in place. Countless mutant creatures in the pothole turned into meat patties and died tragically. With the flow of the picture, countless mutant beasts began to attack the giant of rock under the command of the extraordinary mutant beasts. But, useless, totally useless, these mutant beasts that climbed up on the rock giants bit down fiercely. Suddenly, the teeth of a mutant wolf were directly collapsed. The rock giant has a defense like a rock. It is simply not that these low-level mutant creatures can break through. The attacks of countless mutant beasts are like mosquito bites to the giant of the rock. No pain or itching. Very scary. The screen continued to advance, and the giant of the rock rushed directly in front of the extraordinary mutant beast, and began to fight with a giant wolf 7 or 8 meters high. The giant wolf was not an opponent at all, and was beaten by the giant rock. A beast tide was easily repulsed. Seeing Lu Zimo was shocked. The video ends, and then another video. The picture at the beginning is also a beast tide. But the difference is that a girl suddenly appeared in the picture. The girl is very beautiful, with tawny shoulder-length short hair, which looks delicate and lovely. Wearing a JK uniform, the cute temperament has been brought to the extreme. The slender jade legs are exposed, making people daydream gracefully. It seems so out of tune with the dangerous beast tide at this time. At this time, suddenly, the girl's eyes narrowed, and she threw the coin she had been playing with into the sky. Coins swirled and danced in the air. The girl slowly stretched out her right hand and stretched her index finger. There are arc jumps on it. Just when the coin falls on the same spot as the index finger. Boom! The arc suddenly turned into a huge electromagnetic beam. An extreme danger came from it. Even in the picture, countless mutant beasts smelled a dangerous breath. Start to get restless. Next moment, accompanied by a terrifying light, the electromagnetic beam swept directly towards the beast tide in the distance. As soon as countless mutant creatures came into contact with the electromagnetic beam, they were instantly torn apart. Even a mutant octopus at an extraordinary stage. At the moment of contact with the electromagnetic beam, more than half of the body was destroyed. Next, it's a one-sided slaughter. The girl released terrifying electromagnetic beams several times, directly tore a gap in the beast tide, and completely repelled it. It seems that in this world, there has never been a shortage of geniuses. Lu Zimo sighed and looked into the distance. These two people, one is from Tianfu and the other is from the imperial capital. All of them are the best of the best. Like himself, he almost used his own power to defeat the beast tide. Even extraordinary mutant creatures can't stop them. And, not just Tianfu and imperial capital. The powerhouses in other cities are not weak either, at most they are only one step worse than the two of them. And this is only the powerhouse on the bright side. There are still many extremely strong people walking in the dark, but they have not been exposed. We humans have no shortage of strong people. In the soft admiration, Lu Zimo also began to continue to practice. After all, now he has actually seen someone who can compete with him. It really gave him a sense of urgency. In the office of Hangzhou Spiritual Power Bureau, a somewhat worried voice echoed in it. What do you think of the radio girl in the imperial capital and the rock in Tianfu, War Pig? Luo Ju looked at the war pig beside him, his eyes were a little dignified. It's very strong, very strong. In front of them, I may not even be able to catch a single move. They are definitely the top group of strong people in the country. The war pig said in horror. Seeing these geniuses, he finally realized his weakness. At the same time, there is some regret in my heart. I chose to use the scientific method to gain extraordinary power. Seems very unwise now. Compared to Gojo, Luo Ju looked at the war pig expectantly, clenched his fists with both hands, and felt nervous in his heart. Gojo. The war pig raised his head and frowned, as if he was thinking. In the end, the war pig struggled to highlight 3 words, incomparable. What do you mean? Gojo can't compare to these two top powerhouses. Luo Ju's face changed slightly, and his eyes were stunned. No, the war pig shook his head, and then said excitedly. No one can compare to Gojo. If these two geniuses are the top powerhouses in the country, then, Gojo has long since jumped out of the top-tier powerhouse ranks, and is the only existence that has the absolute ceiling of national combat power. At the same time, it's not just the battle videos of the top powerhouses in major cities that flow into Hangchang. Lu Zimo's battle video is also circulating in major cities. It even caused an uproar, causing a sensation even greater than the two arrogances of the imperial capital and Tianfu. My God, what is the origin of this Gojo? Killing super mutant creatures is as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. It feels like the radio girl in our imperial capital. What's the difference? Why do I feel like Gojo is stronger? Do not accept the refutation, our Tianfu rock giant is the strongest. I can't live without laughing, you rock giants can only be beaten, and the Gojo master in our Hangchang is even more vulnerable when he is full of money. Although I am from Tianfu, I have to admit that Lord Gojo's moves are really cool. I have become a fan. Repeated exclamations sounded all over the country. Even many people have already started a heated debate on the internet, who is the strongest genius. But the final result is that no one obeys the other, they hold their own opinions, and there is no result. But, Lu Zimo's high-energy mixed-cut video still attracts countless fans for him. Whether it is that gorgeous to the ultimate move, or exaggerated to unbelievable power, the most important thing is that it is like the appearance that came out of the comics. It's not something that other Tianzhou can have at the same time. Suddenly, Lu Zimo went directly from the top of Hangchang to the top of the country. At this time, the office of the Tianfu Spiritual Power Bureau. At this time, a lot of people stopped, all of them staring at the picture on the big screen. The expressions on these people's faces are different, some are surprised, some are shocked, some are unbelievable. I see. On the screen, a handsome young man stood in the center of the beast tide. The boy has white hair. He wears a black eye patch and holds an ice blade that is dozens of meters long. Strangely enough, at this time, there were no mutant sea beasts approaching around him. Then, the young man raised his hand and waved. Boom. The shocking roar, even they couldn't help shaking their bodies. The ice blades flashed into the distance, and countless ice chi emerged. Directly freeze all the mutant sea beasts in front. In the end, even a mutant creature at an extraordinary stage was no exception. All are frozen in a huge iceberg. Fear. After watching it, the people present couldn't help but tremble, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Rock, what do you think of this Gojo? Is it your opponent? The leader sucked in a breath of cold air, stared at the iceberg in the picture, and said abruptly. Do not know. The man called Rock frowned and looked solemn. The man has a bronze skin, and his muscles are full of explosive strength. It is the top genius of Tianfu, and the top genius of the whole country. His talent is similar to beastization, turning himself into a giant rock giant. A full 14 meters high. Either defensive or offensive. It's a geometric increase. The supernatural mutant beasts that can fight with bare hands have no power to fight back. But, suddenly, the rock seemed to remember something, and his face changed suddenly. No. Maybe I'm probably not his match. What? The people present were shocked, and looked at a rude man who was present at this time in disbelief. At this time, the rock sighed unexpectedly, with an embarrassed expression on his face. According to the news, the ice talent is only Gojo's second talent. Gojo is a dual talent, but his second talent has the power to threaten me. If he uses the first talent again, I'm afraid. Although reluctant to admit, but this is the truth. The rock did not go on. But at this time, needless to say, I know what the result will be. Immediately, the whole office is silent. True silence. At the same time, in an apartment in the imperial capital, a very pleasant voice echoed in it. This Gojo is so handsome. The radio girl looked at the laptop in her hand and said subconsciously. The picture on the computer is exactly the picture when Lu Zemo jumped up and rushed into the sky. With a black eye patch, a cold expression, and a handsome figure, she is simply a girl killer. Even the top arrogance of this imperial capital, the radio girl. All a little hooked. The picture continues. After Lu Zemo rushed into the sky, he suddenly released the virtual form. A beam of light with a length of several hundred meters directly tore the battlefield. Countless mutated sea beasts, just touched, and immediately vanished into ashes. Single quote. Single quote. The radio girl was stunned for a moment, and the coin in her hand fell directly onto the bed. Change the appearance of the fangirl just now, with a horrified face. It turns out, it's even more powerful than my railgun. An incredible voice sounded, and the radio girl also looked at the arc in her hand. Although it's just a video. But, she could clearly feel that the power of Lu Zemo's black beam just now was far more powerful than the electromagnetic beam she released before. Gojo, if you have a chance, you must see and see. While muttering in her heart, the radio girl also looked at Lu Zemo on the screen, showing an interesting look. Qinglong Mountain. This is a mountain range in the east of Hangcheng. It got its name because it looks like a blue dragon and sits cross-legged here. After the aura recovered, this place seemed to have become a paradise for mutant beasts. According to the detection, there is a powerful spiritual power fluctuation in the depths of the mountain. It is already very close to the extraordinary second order. Therefore, it is also the place that Hangcheng has always been most afraid of, and it is full of vigilance. Countless troops were brought into guard. If there is a slight change, it will be repressed with iron blood. And now, in the depths of Qinglong Mountain, a nearly 10-meter-long giant wolf crawls under the moonlight, and the giant wolf's hair is very white. At the mouth and nose, there is a white moonlight condensed, and it seems to be swallowing the essence of the day. Roar! The giant wolf let out a low roar, unexpectedly withdrew from the state of swallowing, and slowly got up. The strong body, under the bright moonlight, looked extremely terrifying. A pair of huge wolf eyes, with humanized eyes, looked thoughtfully towards the north. Call out! The next moment, the giant wolf flashed, turned into a white streamer, and disappeared in place. It turned out to be heading north. But, the moment the giant wolf was running, his spiritual power leaked out. Immediately, the alarm guarding the periphery rang directly. Alert! A huge spiritual power fluctuation has been detected. Alert! Huge psychic fluctuation detected. Alert! A huge psychic fluctuation detected. A loud alarm sounded, which woke up countless people from their sleep. Putting on his weapon in a hurry, he ran out in confusion. Many people had expressions of fear on their faces. And those soldiers who were originally sticking to their posts have already picked up their weapons and aimed at the 2, 3 and 3 perimeters outside Qinglong Mountain. If there is a slight change, there will definitely be countless artillery fires to greet them. What's the situation? Is it a beast tide? Notify your superiors. In the repeated exclamations, the soldiers and extraordinary warriors guarding here all looked at the depths of the mountain with worry. At this time, the Hangzhou Spiritual Power Bureau, the office. Luo Ju stared at the dark circles and tired look, and said solemnly, "What exactly is the situation?" Luo Ju detected a sudden huge fluctuation of spiritual power in Qinglong Mountain. It seems that the Wolf King has moved. A staff member replied quickly. What do you mean? Could it be that he is going to start a beast tide? Luo Ju's heart sank, and a bad premonition appeared in his heart. That Wolf King, they have been monitoring for a long time. I have always stayed in the depths of Qinglong Mountain honestly. Could it be that the Wolf King can't stand it anymore? Want to start a beast wave? No, that Wolf King seems to have gone somewhere. Luo Ju, look. While talking, the staff turned on the satellite video. Luo Ju and others looked over nervously. Because of the special magnetic field and the darkness, the video at this time is blurry. I saw, under the bright moonlight, a vague figure suddenly got up. Although the sturdy body can't be seen clearly, under the pale moonlight, it looks even more strange. Although it was separated from the screen, the low roar was very real, still making Luo Ju and others tremble. Just when everyone was startled, the White Wolf King suddenly moved towards the north. The speed is so fast that it cannot be caught by the naked eye at all. Is there something in the north that attracts him? Some doubtful voices sounded, and Luo Ju's face was very solemn. It should be like this, otherwise the White Wolf King would not have left Qinglong Mountain for no reason. After all, there used to be a pillar of spiritual energy there, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is 2 or 3 times that of ordinary places. The staff analyzed. Then, what was it that attracted him? Luo Ju fell into deep thought. For a time, this question silenced the entire office. This kind of situation has never happened before, and everyone seems to be at a loss. Luo Ju, we have detected another huge spiritual power fluctuation in the north. Suddenly, another staff member exclaimed. What happened again? Luo Ju hurriedly leaned over, and his tired expression aggravated a bit. Why is there so much going on tonight? A wave of unresolved waves rises again. I don't know. It's in Qinshan, where the special magnetic field prevents satellites from collecting information at all. What? Qinshan? Luo Ju said in disbelief, and then his face instantly became panic. Because, deep in Qinshan Mountain is the largest mountain range in the country. It stretches for tens of thousands of miles across the east and west, truncating the north and south. Today, it is the kingdom of mutant creatures. Countless mutant creatures live in it. It is now a real forbidden place. No one dared to go deep into it, and no one knew how many extraordinary mutant creatures there were. The extraordinary spiritual power fluctuations detected every day alone are no less than a dozen. Moreover, the mutant creatures inside are still evolving like crazy. Now if there are super mutant creatures rioting there and launching a beast tide, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Ju, according to the test, the spiritual energy fluctuation in the depths of Qinshan is very strange. It seems that it is not in the body of the mutant creature, but the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What does that mean? The White Wolf Kings are all heading north, obviously heading to Qinshan. So, could it be the tidal beam of spiritual power? Luo Ju frowned and guessed. At the same time, Qinshan, the spirit inside is very strong. Numerous trees are much taller than before under the rich spiritual energy. And as it goes deeper into Qin Mountain, the trees here become taller, and they are all shrouded in a blue spiritual brilliance. With continuous deepening, a huge tree suddenly appeared, but it glowed with red brilliance. In the countless blue radiance around it, it is unique. What is even more strange is that there are no other trees standing within a radius of several hundred meters. As if the area was occupied by it. It looks like a giant tree of at least 15 meters is shining with countless rays of light like fire, and when the giant tree shines red, its leaf crowns seem to be fast released one after another. Countless silver-white flowers bloomed. Fire tree silver flowers, countless red and silver rays of light surrounding the whole tree, appearing both holy and beautiful. Look askance. A sudden screeching sound directly shattered the entire night. A huge flying bird, with red light all over its body, came swiftly from a distance. In just a split second, he crossed hundreds of meters and came under the giant tree. The giant bird is nearly several meters in size, and it exudes a terrifying aura. A pair of 360-degree pupils with no blind spots, at this time, are staring at the giant tree. A greedy look appeared in his pupils, and his subconscious claws grabbed the ground, creating several huge holes in the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A sudden roar exploded in the night sky, and the earth was shaking slightly. At this time, a huge black shadow was pulling down the towering ancient trees that were blocking the way. Come in the direction of the giant tree. Along the way, an avenue of more than 10 meters wide was cleared out. At this time, he finally saw the true face of the shadow under the brilliance of the giant tree. It turned out to be a huge chimpanzee, covered with black hair and covered with strong muscles. A full 10 meters tall, extremely terrifying. Roar. With a low growl, the gorilla frantically beat his chest muscles with his long arms. This is a demonstration and a declaration of sovereignty. For a moment, the earth trembled. The trees shook. Even the giant bird from before was warily looking at the gorilla. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The sudden sound of breaking through the air kept coming, which immediately attracted the attention of the chimpanzee and the giant bird. I saw a white streamer flickering constantly in the dark forest. The chimpanzee shook its head, trying to catch the figure, but the taillights didn't catch up. Ouch! A sudden wolf howling sounded in front of the giant tree, and the gorilla and the giant bird reacted and hurriedly looked around. I don't know when, a huge white wolf appeared in front of the giant tree. The low wolf howls made the gorillas and giant birds more and more vigilant, apparently protesting. And this white wolf is the White Wolf King in Qinglong Mountain. Next, with the passage of time, countless mutant beasts all came to the periphery of this tree. Birds, beast, without exception, the eyes of all mutant beasts are all on the mysterious giant tree. Suddenly, the forest shook. The Spiritual Power Bureau was able to detect the violent spiritual power fluctuations generated here. But no one knows what's going on inside. The next day, the office of the Spiritual Power Bureau. Luoju, what do you mean? You suspect that there is a beam of light with tidal auras there. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also learned about what happened last night from Luoju. Yes, it is very likely that it is the tidal beam of spiritual power. Otherwise, what else can attract an extraordinary mutant creature like the White Wolf King? Luoju nodded and said affirmatively. However, at this time, Lu Zimo was lost in thought, feeling that this matter was not so simple. Okay, this matter has nothing to do with us humans. That spiritual tidal beam of light appeared in the depths of Qinshan, where it is now a paradise for mutant beasts. Even if we want to compete for the best spiritual stone in it, we can't. Luoju looked at the contemplative Lu Zimo and comforted him, thinking that he was tempted by the superb spirit stone. After all, the current top-quality spirit stones are still extremely rare. They have only been found in the aura tidal beam, and they are all used one piece less. Well, but Luoju, I still plan to go and see. Lu Zimo said solemnly. He guessed that it was probably not the tidal beam of spiritual energy. If it is the tidal beam of spiritual power, it is impossible to attract the White Wolf King. Because according to what Luoju said just now, the White Wolf King himself was guarding a former spiritual tidal beam of light. The spiritual energy inside is still very rich. There is no need to travel through mountains and rivers to go to the depths of Qin Mountain, and compete with the countless mutant beasts there for a tidal beam of spiritual energy. So, he guessed that it was very likely that the legendary genius treasure was born. In this way, it is worth the adventure of the White Wolf King. Therefore, he also intends to go and see the situation in person. Moreover, Qinshan is only 700 or 800 miles away from Hangzhou, and it takes more than half a day to go there by motorcycle. If it is really a genius treasure, it must be worth it. Isn't there any danger? Luoju said hesitantly. Although he is very confident in Lu Zimo's strength. But, that is Qinshan, the paradise of countless mutant creatures, no one knows what kind of danger there is. Don't worry, even if I can't beat it, I can run away. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo's eyes flashed with confidence. Not the confidence to run away. Instead, he is confident that at this stage, no mutant creature can beat him. Hearing this, Luoju remembered Lu Zimo's teleportation, and his worries suddenly disappeared. Okay, be careful with everything. Leaving the office, Lu Zimo walked towards the practice room. He is going to find Yanquan. This guy, after being defeated by himself that day, locked himself in the practice room every day. It's funny enough. Genius will be meaningless if effort can surpass geniuses who work harder than him. So he intends to take Yanquan out to practice. After all, actual combat is the fastest way to improve strength. When I came to the practice room, when Six Eyes was turned on, I immediately noticed an extreme heat wave. You don't have to think about it, you know that it must be this guy Yanquan. Come to the door and look in. In the sight, a fireman, frantically condensing his flame fist, attacked the wall. The walls were pitted and blackened. And the fist condensed at this time is also more solid, the power is more restrained, and the temperature is hotter. Obviously, there has been a lot of progress. But, at this moment, a white mist appeared again above his flaming fist. Then, in the stunned gaze of the flame fist was instantly condensed into ice cubes. Looking at the ice cube emitting a deadly chill, Yanquan immediately reacted and looked towards the door. Sure enough, I saw Lu Zimo, smiling at him. Are you here to beat me? A somewhat helpless voice sounded, and Yanquan walked towards Lu Zimo. Looking at his hard work for so many days, he was still useless in front of Lu Zimo. It would be a lie to say not to lose. But, as he met the two arrogances of the imperial capital in Tianfu, his heart was much more relieved now. Because, even such a genius is not Lu Zimo's opponent. He is not even a genius in Hangzhou, but it is normal that he can't beat Lu Zimo. Of course, this is his subjective conjecture based on those fighting videos, and then self-comfort. Of course not. It's useless for you to work behind closed doors like this. Would you like to go out with me to experience it? In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also waved his hand gently, making the ice cubes dissipate into white mist. Very cool and sharp operation. Without thinking, Yanquan nodded directly. This is the trust in Gojo, the first person in Hangchang, and the ceiling of combat power. Moreover, he himself had indeed been suffocated in the practice room recently, and was about to find a task to go out, and now Lu Zimo came to the door. After an hour, in the roar of the locomotive, Lu Zimo and Yanquan came out of Hangchang directly and headed towards the north. This scene was caught by countless people from Hangchang, and all kinds of speculations started immediately. Isn't that me Gojo-sama and Yanquan-sama? They actually left the city together. Is there any mission? That direction, is the north, is it because of the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations last night? Chapter 101. Hey, if it's really a beast tide, what should I do? A very worried voice sounded, and the director of the Spiritual Power Bureau of Maple Leaf City looked tiredly at the spiritual power monitor on the side. The spiritual power monitor is now red. And red represents at least 3 heads, or even more spiritual power fluctuations formed by the gathering of extraordinary mutant creatures. When the director saw this, there was even a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Their Maple Leaf City is located on the northwest side of Qinshan Mountain. And just last night, Qinshan shook, and they saw countless huge black shadows moving towards the depths of Qinshan. Don't think about those shadows, they must be extremely powerful mutant creatures. The spiritual power monitor was the first to broadcast a red alert. For a time, the entire Maple Leaf City was in chaos. All the people panicked. Countless capable people and soldiers stayed at the border of Maple Leaf City and Qinshan for a full night. Although there were riots from time to time inside Qinshan, but no mutant creatures rushed out of Qinshan and attacked their Maple Leaf City. It also puzzled them. Various assumptions were made, but because of the lack of information, there were no results. So in the early morning of the second day, a team of 15 capable people was sent to Qinshan to inquire about the situation. And they are here to discuss various possible situations and negotiate complete countermeasures. If it is really a beast tide, then we have to ask for help from the surrounding area. With our Maple Leaf City, it is impossible to resist the army of mutant creatures today, and the best choice for help is. Another Maple Leaf City executive said tiredly, and finally fell into contemplation. After all, Maple Leaf City is just a small town. There are no heavy weapons, and ordinary guns and ammunition are simply impossible to deal with extraordinary mutant creatures. As for the transcendent warriors, there is not even a single one. The only one with half-step extraordinary ability was sent to Qinshan to inquire about the situation. Hangchang. The director is thoughtful, and now he must prepare for the worst and prepare all the countermeasures. Otherwise, when the beast tide comes, the consequences will be unimaginable. And Hangzhou, Mayday is the best choice. Just because there is someone there. That's right. In general, Hangchang is the closest to us, and the Gojo of Hangchang. The executive paused and said in horror. A month ago, Gojo had the ability to repel the beast tide alone. Now, let alone 3 super mutant creatures. It will definitely be easy to solve. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the office fell silent. Thinking of that handsome figure and that terrifying strength, I couldn't help shaking my heart. Okay, send a message to Hangchang directly. This time the situation is urgent. No matter what the price is, you must borrow it. The director gritted his teeth and said, remembering what happened before. Tried to borrow Gojo, but Ku was rejected. This time, he plans to use his old money, and he will lend Gojo to them in Maple Leaf City anyway. At the same time, somewhere in Qinshan, countless towering trees rose from the ground, and the huge canopy directly enveloped the distance of more than 10 meters. This was a spectacle that was impossible to see in the old days. Now with the recovery of spiritual energy, such towering trees can be seen everywhere. What's even more weird is that above these towering ancient trees, there is also a faint cyan glow. And under a certain towering ancient tree, an envious voice echoed in it. Boss, the spiritual energy here is really rich, no wonder those mutant creatures can evolve so crazy. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is at least 1.2 times that of our Maple Leaf City, and the deeper we go, the more intense the spiritual energy is. The man called the boss replied solemnly. He has explosive black hair and wears a special black uniform. It is the team leader who was dispatched by Maple Leaf City to investigate Qinshan, the bomber. He is also the most powerful person in this squad, half-step extraordinary. Talent is also a very good A-level talent, explosion. Able to transform everything in his body into an explosive factor. Whether it was the air he exhaled, or the snot that he exhaled, as long as it was everything on his body, can be detonated by him. The resulting power is determined by the spiritual power instilled. Most importantly, he himself is not afraid of any explosions. Even if he swallowed a bomb and detonated it, he would be safe. This is the explosive immunity constitution. Therefore, he often fights with people desperately, and then directly detonates the weakest part of the opponent while the opponent is inadvertent. This trick has been tried and tested, and it is very terrifying. Behind him, there are 14 people, all wearing the same black uniforms as him. They are all members of the team who went to investigate the reason for the riot of mutant creatures in Qinshan this time. The weakest person is also the 7th order ability person. Obviously, Maple Leaf City almost took out all of its own family to investigate the matter. Now, the group has only just entered the depth of Qinshan, but they have been able to feel such a strong spiritual energy. Look no further, is not much. But over a long period of time, the gap between them will become terrifying. Moreover, as you go deeper into Qinshan Mountain, you will find that the spiritual energy inside is more intense. And this is also the reason why countless mutant beasts can evolve wildly. These mountain forests, under the action of the tidal beam of spiritual energy, seem to have become a paradise. Boss, it looks a little weird here. We have been in here for so long, but we haven't even seen a mutant beast. Among the very puzzled voices, another team member looked at the explosive head. Yeah, it's clear that the mutant beasts scattered all over the mountains and forests have disappeared now. This is not the eve of the beast tide. Another team member also added, his voice full of worry. As soon as these words came out, the entire team fell silent. Everyone looked at the bomber in fear. If it is really a beast tide, then these people, if they go to investigate, must be more fortunate than good. But we haven't reached the center of spiritual power fluctuations. The bomber looked deeper into Qinshan, his eyes were worried, and he also had the intention of retreating in his heart. Judging from the current situation alone, this time is very likely to be the eve of the outbreak of the mutant beast tide. Countless mutant beasts in the mountains and forests disappeared, most of which were summoned by extraordinary mutant beasts. It doesn't make any sense to go to the center of spiritual power fluctuations. Moreover, the center of spiritual power fluctuations, but super mutant creatures, simply cannot be resisted by us, and our entire team may be wiped out by then. Another member wisely discouraged. Explosive Man frowned and thought, that's what happened. Moreover, before their director only asked them to investigate the situation, and did not say that they had to go to the center of spiritual power fluctuations. Now, it's a basic investigation of the situation. Okay, let's go back first. After the bomber figured it out, he turned around and prepared to leave. But at the moment of turning around, the bomber felt an extremely dangerous aura approaching. Ling's whole body was stunned, and he stopped directly in place. Sudden, squeak, 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 squeak. The continuous hissing sound suddenly sounded around, and countless mutant locusts suddenly emerged from behind the bomber and others. They are flying all over the sky, and they are constantly coming in like a yellow-brown tide. Each is the size of a fist, and the larger one is even the size of a human head. The red and bloodthirsty compound eyes look like Liao people. A mouth of sharp fangs devours everything. Wherever he went, no armor was left, and all were eaten up. I saw the towering ancient trees behind them. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they were instantly pounced on by countless locusts, and then swallowed them up. At this time, they are rapidly approaching the bomber and others. In just a few seconds, it has already crossed dozens of meters. The bomber squad, everyone's faces suddenly changed, and their scalps were numb. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them, and they were stunned for a while. Run away. The blaster let out a roar, and Qin Shan immediately ran deeper. When fleeing, the explosion was heartbroken. Nemas. This happened when I was about to go back. And now. They were also forced to be driven deeper into Qinshan. Because there are all mutated locusts in the back, and there is only this one and only direction, and there are no mutated locusts. The others also reacted at last, and immediately surged their whole body's spiritual power, fleeing frantically. But, at this time, the mutant locusts behind him were still approaching. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the wings vibrating and evil sounded, and several relatively fast mutant locusts actually came behind them. With its huge fangs, it raised its sharp claws and fiercely attacked the last capable person. The bomber cursed inwardly and spat at the locusts. As soon as the saliva was contaminated with the mutant locust, a violent explosion occurred in an instant. A loud roar sounded. The mutant locust was directly exploded, the stump splattered, and blood splattered everywhere. A pungent bloody smell came. But this lack directly made the countless mutant locusts even more excited. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless mutated locusts were bloodthirsty in their eyes, and burst out to kill the bomber and others at a greater speed. Boom, boom, boom. The hair that the bomber left in place exploded one after another. Produces a huge roar. Kill dozens of mutant locusts directly. But this is a drop in the bucket for the army of mutant locusts that are thousands or even tens of thousands behind. Countless mutant locusts looked even more excited and rushed up. For a time, the 15 people ran towards the deeper part of Qinshan while fighting back against the army of mutant locusts. Many people's bodies were severely cut by the claws of the mutant locusts, and blood flowed. There are even more miserable people, who were severely pressed on the shoulders by the mutant locust, and a large piece of meat was immediately bitten off. Even the bones are exposed. And these blood and flesh and blood will only make the entire army of mutant locusts more violent. Chirp 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 chirp, chirp chirp chirp. Suddenly, countless screams poured out from the mountains again. An even more dangerous aura enveloped everyone's body once again. An ominous omen suddenly rose in the hearts of the explosive people who were still fleeing. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sound. Immediately, the 15 people froze in place, and even the countless army of locusts behind them forgot for a while. There was a look of despair on his face. Mutant beast. Mutant beasts in the mountains. Giant wolf, ape, black cat, green snake. Countless and varied. Even, there are a lot of bird mutant creatures, occasionally attacking the beasts on the ground. At this time, they are all scattered in the mountains and forests not far away, carrying out brutal killings. The terrifying aura that erupted from the body, the strength of each one, at least is above the 5th rank. The bomber even saw a huge mutant blue wolf leap up and come to an altitude of several dozen meters, biting on the body of a giant bird. What's going on? The bomber was completely stunned. Senseless, silly, confused. It's not that the countless mutant beasts were summoned by the extraordinary mutant creatures. Are you ready to launch a beast tide to attack their Maple Leaf City? What is the sight in front of you? Are there countless mutant beasts fighting? This scene directly shocked everyone's mind, and they didn't know what to do next. Could it be, they are fighting for turf? One of them guessed. But these kinds of them are too mixed. Birds and beasts, etc. are all fighting together. Or is it all crazy? I feel a little outrageous. In the repeated exclamations, everyone still did not discuss any results. But, at this time, a dangerous aura came to everyone's heart again. Squeak, 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 squeak. The continuous hissing sound sounded, and it turned out that the army of mutant locusts behind him caught up again. And, after the delay just now, at this time, the army of mutant locusts behind him was already close at hand. There is no possibility of escape at all. Just 1 second. In the next second, the countless mutant locust army can definitely cover them all. The result by then, almost don't have to think about it. Die, absolutely death, immediately. A fear shrouded all of them. Drink, run away separately. After the bomber spit out a mouthful of saliva, he instantly broke through in one of the directions. Boom. As soon as his saliva touched the mutant locust, it immediately caused a huge explosion. In the huge roar, the stumps of dozens of mutant locusts that were directly bombed flew. At the same time, a gap was also blown up, giving a few people a chance to breathe. But soon, the army of mutant locusts from the rear came up again like a tide. The bomber wanted to escape, but was forced back by the army of mutant locusts again. Others also used their own means and began to fight back. Someone radiated a violent light all over, making dozens of mutant locusts temporarily blind, but more mutant locusts came up again. There was another person surging with spiritual energy, and a wall of water stood in front of him, but what was terrifying was that the wall of water was directly swallowed up by the mutant locusts and attacked again. In the face of this tide-like army of mutant locusts, they are not opponents at all. Every time he counterattacks, the mutant locusts will ruthlessly tear off a piece of flesh from his body. Many people's bodies were already dripping with blood at this time. Ah! Die me. Suddenly, a painful roar came, followed by a strong wave of spiritual power. Everyone looked at the reputation. I saw that one of their team members had been breached by countless mutant locusts, covering the whole body. Boom! The team member surged his whole body's spiritual power and blew himself up directly. In the violent roar, they perished with the army of hundreds of mutant locusts. When the others saw this, their minds sank, as if they saw their own results in the near future. However, there was no room for everyone to think too much, and the army of mutant locusts attacked again. Roar for half a minute. Lock up. 2 more shrill screams came one after another. It was completely swallowed by the army of mutant locusts. This time, it was too late to even self-destruct. Everyone was completely desperate, and there was no hope at all. In less than a minute. At this time, there were only 12 people left in the capable team of Maple Leaf City. There are already 2 people who have been directly swallowed by the mutant locust army, and there are no bones left. There is also a person who directly blew himself up, and the flesh and blood after the explosion was instantly swallowed by the countless mutant locust army. The rest of the people are just struggling to support, relying on the ability to explode people, struggling to support. Even more dangerous. At this time, the strong smell of fresh blood has attracted the attention of countless mutant creatures who are fighting in the distance. For a time, the battlefield of countless mutant creatures came towards this side. Boom! There was another explosion, and the blaster panted and looked at the endless army of mutant locusts around him, desperate in his heart. Because, at this time, his spiritual power was almost exhausted. And in front of him is still an endless army of mutant locusts. He also saw a blue wolf not far away coming towards them. It seems to be competing with the army of mutant locusts for their flesh and blood. At this time, buzz, buzz, buzz. A sudden roar suddenly came from not far away, causing everyone's numb nerves to be puzzled. Because this sound is different from the sound made by countless mutant creatures. So that countless mutant creatures are a meal. What's that sound? It sounds like the roar of a locomotive. How is it possible? This is the depths of the Green Hills. Could it be that there are some terrifying mutant creatures? A quick discussion for a few people, but quickly put this behind me. Because no matter what kind of terrifying mutant creature comes, nothing to do with them. Them, dying soon. The encirclement is getting smaller and smaller. Everyone's spiritual power is also close to exhaustion. The body is covered with bruises and bruises. Everyone's face is full of despair. Facing an endless army of mutant locusts. They are not opponents at all. Although their strength far exceeds these mutant locusts. But the quantity, the number of mutant locust horrors. Let them have no chance of surviving at all. At this time, suddenly a cold air came over them. The extreme chill, and even the bleeding wounds, were directly frozen. And the cold air came from under their feet. What happened? Several people finally realized that something was wrong, and looked at their feet. Suddenly, there was a layer of frost condensation. Seeing this, everyone was stunned again. Looking at the ice under their feet, an even more dangerous feeling came to their hearts. Is this caused by extraordinary mutant creatures? Someone speculated. However, not many people can think about it. At this time, countless mutant locusts turned into ice cubes and fell under the frozen frost on the ground. Makes a loud falling sound. What's the matter? How did these mutant locusts turn into ice cubes? Everyone's brains were stunned, and then they remembered that they were still surrounded by an army of mutant locusts. Raised his head sharply. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened and they were dumbfounded. I see. The countless mutant locusts around have turned into pieces of ice sculptures at this time, exuding a cold air, making them shiver just standing around. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that an inexplicable white fog is constantly spreading outward with them as the center. The mutated locusts that are still neighing in the distance are constantly turned into ice sculptures. Turned into a lifelike ice sculpture, constantly falling from the air. It landed on the frozen ground, making a loud noise. Even at this time, the bomber can still see the madness, consternation, doubt and other emotions on the compound eyes of the mutant locusts. Finally dying. What happened? What exactly is this? Did someone come to rescue us? Or, is this caused by some supernatural mutant creature? Then why are we okay? In the repeated exclamations, everyone's heart was full of doubts. Feeling the bone-chilling chill, there is also the loud noise of mutated locusts that continue to turn into ice sculptures and finally fall from the air. At this time, they were all stunned. The brain is blank. But, at this time, buzz, buzz, buzz. A more intense roar of locomotives came from the jungle. The bomber team suddenly raised their heads in confusion and looked at the sound. Next moment, I saw it, on the frozen ground that had condensed all the way. Under the astonished eyes of the bomber squad, 2 locomotives whizzed past. Across the distance of dozens of meters. Go directly to the battlefield where countless mutant creatures are fighting not far away. The explosive hairstyle on the head of the bomber was even blown by the gust of wind brought by this moment. However, because the speed was too fast, they could only see 2 blurred silhouettes. It was not clear at all, the true face of the figure on the locomotive. Who is this? The bomber said in a daze. This is also the question in everyone's mind. So, at this time no one answered him at all. Everyone looked at the 2 locomotives and was stunned. Stunned from start to finish. Both body and soul were stunned. Can't believe it. Can't believe it at all. It turns out that a locomotive can actually appear in the forest. And are condensing the ground into frost all the way. Come on ice. How can that be? What exactly is this power? This scene directly exceeded the imagination of all of them. I also vaguely feel that this scene seems a little familiar, right? Seems to have seen it there. Congealed frost, coming on ice. But no one was allowed to continue thinking. At this time, something even more terrifying happened. These 2 locomotives actually rushed directly to the place where countless mutant beasts were fighting. How dare they? What exactly do they want to do? Those are countless mutant beasts. Powerful. This group of mutant locusts can't compare at all. Countless surprises and doubts filled their minds at this time. so that their brains are temporarily unable to think. Only shock remains. Only doubts remain. At this time, suddenly, one of the figures on the locomotive jumped up after coming to the center of the countless mutant beasts. In the process of leaping to the sky, his whole body began to burst into flames. The hands are entwined with flowing flames, as if there is life. There are countless erupting flames under his feet, like a booster. The eyebrows and hair have turned into burning flames, releasing endless power. There was even a mutant creature in the air that was contaminated with the flames of the burning man and turned into a mass of ashes. The bomber squad was stunned and shocked, shooting stars like fire. The burning man, who jumped several hundred meters into the air, suddenly shouted violently, and then started to punch one after another towards the ground. Above the sky, countless flame fists began to condense out of thin air. Each one is extremely solid, burning with hot flames, releasing a dangerous breath. This moment, many mutant beasts that were fighting, all stopped for a while. Look at the burning man above the sky. There was a look of fear in his eyes. I started shaking violently, and mutant beasts let out a mournful wailing sound. Even the bomber squad in the distance can feel a scorching feeling covering the whole body. The more the fire fist condenses, the stronger this feeling becomes. They felt as if they were in a terrifying furnace, sweating profusely. At this time, the bomber discovered an even more bizarre thing. At this time, the ice under their feet did not change under such a scorching high temperature. Not even the slightest sign of melting. So, the master who released this ice. How terrifying should it be? The bomber thought in horror, and subconsciously wanted to see the owner of another locomotive. But, at this time, boom, boom, boom. Countless flame fists suddenly moved towards the place where countless mutant creatures were fighting. Like a sky falling into flames. Picturesque, but with a deadly terrifying aura. Coercion on the earth. Roar. With a low roar, countless mutant beasts couldn't take care of continuing to fight, and even directly escaped in all directions. It's a biological instinct. Just then, well, another figure above the locomotive moved. He squatted down slowly, pressed his hands to the ground, and his spiritual power surged wildly. Extremely cold ice prison. In the soft narration, the earth actually centers on this figure. A white mist began to spread outward. Then the ground quickly condensed frost. Keep spreading out. Freeze everything you touch. Trees, plants, the corpses of countless dead mutants, and the feet of the mutant creature running away. The blue wolf that just lifted its foot, the giant python that twisted its body, and the giant bird flying in the air. Within a radius of several hundred meters. In this instant. Directly into frozen world. Even the blaster squad in the distance seemed to feel that their feet were frozen. Stiff and unfeeling. There was an unparalleled chill in my heart. In stark contrast to the scorching heat just now. He started to tremble all over. And this cold feeling. Much hotter and fiercer than the previous one. That is to say, the master who released the ice is definitely more powerful than the fireman in the sky. However, it's not over yet. In the astonished eyes of the bomber squad, countless ice thorns rise from the ground. Thorn, thorn, thorn. The ice thorn directly pierces the mutant creature whose feet are frozen. As soon as the black blood flowed out, it was instantly condensed into frost. Then, countless mutant creatures were directly frozen into ice sculptures. Among the ice sculptures, there is also a blood flower condensed. And this time, the figure with his hands on the ground finally got up. The bomb squad finally saw him clearly. White hair. Black eye mask. It's like looking out of the comics. A name popped into everyone's mind. The first person in Hangzhou, Gojo Ming. Isn't that the first person in Hangchang, Lord Gojo? Why is he here? I just said that this ice is a bit familiar, but I didn't expect it. So, is he here to save us? Among the repeated exclamations, the bomb squad also recognized Gojo. Maple Leaf City is a neighbor of Hangzhou City, and the network between them has been connected for a long time. Lu Zimo's video once caused a huge sensation in Maple Leaf City. Lu Zimo's handsome figure, cool moves, and powerful power. It makes them all admire. Even, many people in their team can be said to be fans of Lu Zimo. Only, what makes them unclear is why Gojo appeared in the depths of Qinshan. Isn't Hangzhou City 800 or 900 miles away? Just when everyone was full of doubts. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions interrupted everyone's thoughts. Countless flame fists finally landed on the ground at this time, causing a violent explosion. For a time, Mars splashed, splendid and bright. That's Lord Gojo, so this flame fist should be Hangchang's flame fist. What a terrifying strength. I didn't expect this flame fist to be so strong. Is this flame fist also extraordinary? In the repeated exclamations, everyone also recognized the flame fist. Seeing that the flaming fist that filled the sky fell on the frozen ground, everyone showed a stunned look. This moment, the collision of fire and ice. The moment the fire fist exploded, it once again turned into countless flames covering the icy land. The ultimate collision of ice and fire. Quote. Is this the power of the element controller, after entering the supernatural? Horrible. The scene in front of them made this group of extraordinary people who were only half a step and extraordinary couldn't help exclaiming. A wave of extreme cold and scorching heat rushed towards them at the same time. Make them feel as if they are in a furnace while their bodies are in a world of ice and snow. At this moment, their bodies and spirits were hit the hardest. Ice and fire invaded all their will. This is the power of the element master after reaching the extraordinary stage. It resonates with heaven and earth, evokes the elements between heaven and earth, and uses it for oneself. Let your moves, whether it be power or range, increase in all directions. Even, affect the surrounding environment. But gradually, the bomb squad felt it. The heat wave gradually fell into the downwind. And in the ice world not far away, the flame that swept over it also gradually disappeared. As the flames disappeared, a white mist began to permeate between the mountains and forests. The hazy fog is getting more and more. Until the end, countless flames disappeared, leaving only a hazy white fog in the entire ice world. At the same time, the hot feeling on the bomber team completely disappeared. Instead, the extreme cold. There was not a shred of coldness, so that their bodies at this time were covered with a thin layer of frost. Thin frost, and CDDD shivered with everyone's shivering, and kept falling, crashing. Is this the power of Gojo? Flame Fist's flames have no effect on Gojo's frost at all. Is this the strength of the first person in Hangchang? It's too scary. In the repeated exclamations, everyone's eyes widened. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Look at the ice world in front of you. It didn't really melt at all. Maybe there is, but it's just a tiny amount. The scorching flames of Yangquan made them feel like they were about to melt just standing in the distance. If you let them touch, you basically don't have to think about it. Absolutely, in an instant, it was burned. But such an extremely hot flame can't even melt the ice of Lord Gojo. Fear. Gojo-sama's strength is really terrifying. At this moment, the bomb squad looked at the ice and snow world in horror. And that handsome figure. At this time, Lu Zemo was immersed in the system. At this time, the system prompt tone was still sounding one after another, like fairy music, which made Lu Zemo in a good mood. Ding! You have already killed the 8th order mutant creatures, energy points plus 80 points. Ding! You have killed the 7th order mutant creatures, energy points plus 70 points. Ding! You have already killed the 6th order mutant creatures, energy points plus 60 points. It's really good, I have gained a lot. In the soft narration, Lu Zemo's eyes were on the system panel at this time. 50,000. Just added a full 50,000 energy points. He now has 800,000 energy points. One step closer to 1 million. And this, it's just his own power. That trick, Frozen Purgatory, was also developed by him recently. According to No Phase, make white mist all over the ground. Then release the ice to freeze all the mutant creatures firmly in place. Finally, the countless white mists turned into ice thorns and rose from the ground. Countless mutant creatures died tragically, and it was too late to even cry. It also made the mountains and forests directly turn into purgatory in the world of ice. Frozen Purgatory. A real ice purgatory. This series of combos, because he has 6 eyes, has reached the ultimate control of spiritual power. Therefore, it can be activated in an instant, allowing countless mutant beasts to react in time. Also let Yan Fist's move failed. Hey. Lu Zemo raised his head, looked at the flame fist above the sky, and snickered in his heart. The original flame fist's move directly covered the entire forest area. If you let that move fall directly, those mutant creatures have absolutely no way out. It makes no difference whether they are trapped or not. And he also took the opportunity to launch ice thorns to kill these mutant creatures that gathered together. Therefore, only 50,000 energy points have been harvested. Otherwise, when the countless flame fists of Yanquan fall, he will shoot again. Probably won't get much energy points. Yanquan didn't know the little juju in Lu Zimo's heart, so he came directly from the sky to Lu Zimo's side. The gap between us, is it really that obvious? A very helpless voice sounded, and Yanquan looked at the surrounding ice world in a trance. The white mist that was originally heated by his flame was now condensing continuously, and then turned into frost and fell. So in other words, his move did not have any impact on Lu Zimo at all. Cultivation well. You shouldn't take me as your comparison. You should take me as your dream. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also looked not far away. There seems to be a special spiritual power fluctuation, a very strong spiritual power fluctuation. Yanquan had a black line on his head, and his eyes were full of helplessness when he looked at Lu Zimo. But it's not an exaggeration to say it's a dream. While murmuring in his heart, Yanquan sighed in his heart. He had to admit that Lu Zimo was right again. I really shouldn't compare myself to him. The more his strength improves, the more he can see the huge gap between himself and Lu Zimo. After several improvements in strength, he thought he could fight Lu Zimo. But, crushed. It's always been crushed. Undoubtedly crushing, completely crushed his heart. Let him realize that he and Lu Zimo are not in the same dimension at all. Gojo-sama and Yanquan-sama, thank you for saving us. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It turned out to be the bomber squad, which had already come over at this time. I bowed deeply to them. You are. Lu Zimo retracted his mind and looked at the group of people in front of him. Scarred and bruised all over. I have to admit, they are very bold. The highest is only half a step extraordinary, and he dares to come to the depths of Chinshin. If he hadn't happened to pass by, this group of people would have fallen into the belly of countless mutant locusts. We were sent by Maple Leaf City to investigate the reason for the fluctuation of spiritual power in the depths of Chinshin. Then we were rushed here by the army of mutant locusts. If it weren't for the two adults. The bomber quickly and respectfully explained all the ins and outs. You, a little miserable. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo looked at them with a little sympathy. Inexplicably, he was driven to the beast tide. This luck. Boom. A sudden roar immediately interrupted the conversation. A powerful breath suddenly came. The huge pressure directly caused the face of the blaster team to change instantly, and the whole body began to tremble slightly, which was the coercion from the soul. Yanquan also raised his head with a frown, because he also felt a faint threat from this breath. This is the breath of extraordinary mutant creatures. Lu Zimo's eyes narrowed and he opened 6 eyes directly. Immediately, all the surrounding situation, all appeared in front of him. There was a giant tree radiating red light. The giant tree is 15 meters high, and the huge canopy directly covers the area of thousands of miles. At this time, from the giant tree, there is a strong spiritual aura. Is that a mature spirit? The direction of the loud noise just now seems to be the center of the spiritual power fluctuations we detected. The bomber finally broke free from the terrifying reality at this time, and looked deeper into Chinshan with fear in his eyes. What should we do now? Yanquan looked at Lu Zimo. He is the backbone of everyone here. Go and see. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo has already walked deeper into Chinshan. He was in the 6 eyes state just now, except to find the giant tree emitting a red glow. But he also found other interesting things. Yanquan didn't hesitate and followed directly, although the loud noise made him feel a palpitation. But his teammate is Lu Zimo. Hangcheng's first person, battle strength ceiling. As long as Lu Zimo is there, no matter what kind of danger, he doesn't worry about it. This is the experience he has learned from so many adventures with Lu Zimo. But at this time, the bomber squad was in conflict. The remaining 12 people looked at each other, and many of them already had the idea of retreating. Most of the people who don't want to go are those who are seriously injured, which can be understood. You guys, go back and report the situation first, we and Lord Gojo, and then go to see the situation ahead. The bomber thought for a while, and quickly ordered to let the seriously injured people go back first, and he and 5 people who were in good condition immediately followed in Lu Zimo's footsteps. The deeper you go into Chinchin Mountain, the more intense the spiritual power inside. Boom, roar, bang. And from time to time, there was a loud noise, or a roar. For a time, the surrounding mountains and forests were shaking. The most terrifying thing is that terrifying aura. Do not more than one share. There are 3 different terrifying auras. From time to time, it emanated from the deep mountains. Even Yanquan felt a little heart palpitations. Inside, there seemed to be 3 extraordinary mutant creatures. A very horrified voice came, and Yanquan looked deeper and worried. What? There are really 3 heads, what are they doing? The bomber couldn't believe it, and looked into the depths of Chinchin with a pair of eyes of equal size. Although they also felt 3 different terrifying auras, they were not sure at all in their hearts. There, fighting. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo looked into the depths of Chinshan and unconsciously accelerated his pace, with excitement in his eyes. Forehead. Some shocked voices came, and Yanquan didn't know what to say. Because, from the current situation, this loud noise from time to time, roar from time to time, and terrifying breath from time to time, it seems that there is a real possibility of a fight. Then why did they fight? Among the doubtful voices, the bomber also showed interested eyes. Extraordinary creatures fight, or a melee of 3 extraordinary creatures. Just thinking about it is exciting. Go and have a look, you won't know. Lu Zimo smiled faintly and accelerated directly forward. Soon, from a distance, everyone saw the giant tree emitting a red radiance. What kind of tree is that? Why is it glowing red? And there are no other giant trees around him. Yanquan said in horror. I vaguely feel that this tree is not simple. After all, the other towering ancient trees were shrouded in a faint cyan glow. Only this one. It turned out to be exuding a strong red light. And, the most outrageous thing is that there is no tree around this tree. A radius of several hundred meters was actually occupied by this giant tree. That, it seems to be the source of spiritual power fluctuations, it seems that it has been exuding strong spiritual power. In the voice of some astonishment, the bomber also widened his eyes at this time. Totally in disbelief. But, the results on the spiritual power detector in the hand will never go wrong. Not to mention, at this time, although there is a distance of nearly 1,000 meters from the giant tree. But, he could still feel a strong spiritual power from the giant tree emitting a red radiance. At this time, ow! Suddenly, a loud neigh interrupted everyone's thoughts. Quickly follow the reputation. I see. A huge mutated golden eagle spread out its huge wings, and from the dense forest, it rushed towards the giant tree that was exuding red brilliance. However, the wings of the golden eagle at this time were a bit miserable, and it seemed that a lot of feathers were ripped off by some creature, and it looked uneven at this time. However, when the golden eagle spreads its wings, its huge body is tens of meters long, covering the sky and the sun. Countless trees were directly cut off by the golden eagle's sharp wings, and then fell to the ground. Just as the golden eagle was about to approach the giant tree emitting a red glow. Roar! Suddenly a loud roar caught everyone's attention again. I saw that a huge mutant chimpanzee suddenly appeared, and a pair of blood-red eyes stared at the mutant golden eagle. The chimpanzee also had injuries on his body, a scratch on his shoulder, deep bones, and blood was flowing. A piece of flesh was directly torn off at the thigh, revealing pink flesh and blood, which looked terrifying. Next moment, the mutant chimpanzee jumped directly out of the jungle, spanning a distance of dozens of meters, and jumping onto the back of the golden eagle. The mutant chimpanzee has a height of 10 meters, and its body is like a hill. At this time, it is heavily pressing on the mutant golden eagle. The rough hands clench the neck of the mutant golden eagle tightly, smashing open the ferocious giant mouth, revealing a mouth full of fangs, and biting towards the neck of the mutant golden eagle fiercely. It is conceivable that if this blow is implemented, it will rely on the terrifying bite force of the mutant gorilla. The mutant golden eagle will definitely be killed by one bite. Ow! At this moment, the mutant golden eagle let out a pained hissing sound, and immediately hung upside down and hit the ground, trying to make the mutant chimpanzee fall from his back. If the chimpanzee couldn't get down, then it was also slammed to the ground. Roar! The chimpanzee roared, kicked the golden eagle decisively, and jumped down. However, the direction of the chimpanzee jump turned out to be a giant tree emitting red light. At this moment, a white streamer suddenly appeared. No one can see its shape clearly, only a white shadow can be seen, and it disappears in a flash. Boom! The white streamer went directly towards the chimpanzee. Boom! The chimpanzee waved its huge arm in the air and collided with the white streamer. A loud crash erupted. The chimpanzee was forced to fall dozens of meters away from the giant tree, leaving a wound on the black arm, and countless blood flowed out directly. And that white streamer also came to a position dozens of meters away from the giant tree. At this time, only then did he see the figure of the white streamer. It turned out to be a huge white wolf several meters high. It is the White Wolf King of Qinglong Mountain. At this time, the White Wolf King was also in bad shape. It seemed that his hind legs had been attacked by the sharp claws of the golden eagle, and the 3 huge wounds were still dripping blood. At this time, the scene once again returned to calm. The 3 extraordinary mutant creatures confronted each other, and they all stopped at a distance of dozens of meters from the giant tree, and their eyes were staring at each other. At the same time, out of the corner of his eyes, he was always paying attention to the giant tree that was exuding red radiance. At this time, Lu Zimo and his group were standing not far away. Except for Lu Zimo, who had already learned about the scene through 6 eyes. Everyone else was stunned, watching all this in disbelief. The 3 extraordinary mutant creatures actually fought together. And, looking at the wounds on their bodies, blood is constantly flowing out, and they are really fighting for their lives. They all seem to be vying for that giant red tree. Among the uncertain voices, the bomber looked pale at this time. This was caused by the terrifying aura unintentionally released when the 3 extraordinary mutant creatures were fighting. Not only the bomber, but the other teammates of the bomber were even more unbearable at this time, and some people even felt numb in their legs and feet, trembling all over. Such a close observation of extraordinary mutant creatures. 3 in a row. They couldn't bear it at all, the aura emanating from it. It seems to be the case. When the mutated golden eagle was about to approach the giant tree, it was cut off by the gorilla, and when the gorilla was about to approach the giant tree, it was also cut off by the huge white wolf. In the soft narration, Yan Quan's eyes stared at the giant red tree. Want to see what's so special about it? It actually provoked the mutant creatures of the 3 extraordinary realms to fight. But, at this time, Lu Zimo, who had been silent for a while, moved. It actually went towards the 3 extraordinary mutant creatures. Gojo, what are you doing? Play with them. A chuckle. Lu Zimo has disappeared in place. Towards the extraordinary mutant creatures. Yanquan watched Lu Zimo disappear silently. In fact, he had already guessed what Lu Zimo was going to do, but he still asked subconsciously. Because this is something beyond common sense. Lu Zimo he wants to singled out 3 extraordinary mutant creatures. But with his knowledge of Lu Zimo, this is definitely something Lu Zimo can do. What, Lord Gojo, you are going to play with 3 super mutant creatures? What are you playing? The bomber's eyes widened when he heard Yanquan's words, watching Lu Zimo disappear in disbelief. As a result, for a time, the brain was down and the speech was incoherent. Then there was a sudden reaction. Looking at Lu Zimo's handsome figure in horror. Gojo-sama really wants to. 1-hit 3. Try my trick. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo, who was rushing towards the giant tree at this time, poured all his spiritual energy into his right arm. Countless chills began to be born. After a while, countless icy white mists gathered on Lu Zimo's right arm. Storm pheasant. With a loud shout, an ice bird condensed slowly from the white mist gathered by Lu Zimo's right arm. Soon, an ice bird no less than the body of the golden eagle condensed directly. The whole body is blue and lifelike, and you can even see the feather lines on its body. It exudes a deadly chill, constantly freezing everything around it. Earth, leaves, trees, even air. At this time, all the places covered by the ice birds turned into ice cubes. The 3 extraordinary mutant creatures also keenly sensed the breath of the ice bird, and they all cast vigilant eyes. At this time, ow! Suddenly, the ice bird raised its head and let out a crisp neigh, then spread its wings. Boom! For a time, the airflow brought by the spreading wings directly blew down countless trees that had been turned into ice sculptures. Next moment, the ice bird got up and flew into the air, turned into a blue streamer, and headed towards the three extraordinary mutant creatures. Everywhere I go, it's ice. What a horrible smell. Why do I feel that this ice bird is more terrifying than that golden eagle? Is this a power that humans can possess? In the repeated exclamations, everyone stared wide-eyed at the ice bird that froze all things. Can't believe it. Incredible. There is really someone who can burst out such power. They just watched from a distance here, and already felt the terrifying aura coming from the ice bird. Even more than that huge golden eagle. Even more terrifying. That's an extraordinary mutant creature. Now in their perception. It's not as good as an ice bird formed by Luzimo's surging power. Immediately, a deadly chill crept into their hearts. Horrible so. The strength of Luzimo. How strong is it? And this time, in the endless neighing, the ice bird crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and rushed straight to the three extraordinary mutant creatures. Along the way, countless frosts have condensed, and an avenue of frost has formed quietly. The deadly cold spreads, even, let the gorilla feel stiff all over. The wings that the golden eagle was waving at this time also unconsciously lowered a frequency of 250. The white wolf lowered his head even more, panting heavily, with a pair of wolf eyes, restless. At this time, with a roar, the gorilla even left the spot. The golden eagle and the white wolf also felt the enormous pressure from the ice bird and fled one after another. From the instinct of the creatures, they felt an irresistible aura from this ice bird. If hit, it would be absolutely miserable. Therefore, the three extraordinary mutant creatures fled in all directions without hesitation. However, although they fled, they only avoided the ice bird, but they never left the 100 meters of the red glowing giant tree. God, these extraordinary mutant creatures escaped. Gojo-sama's one-shot power is so terrifying. Amidst the repeated exclamations, the bomber squad looked at the scene in front of them. All confused, really dumbfounded. There are actually people who can repel the three extraordinary mutant creatures with one move. Fighting super mutant creatures, fleeing everywhere. This scene shattered their cognition of extraordinary mutant creatures. But everyone also knows that such a feat, except for Gojo-sama, there is absolutely no second person who can do. And this time, boom, in the continuous roar, the ice bird swooped in front of the giant tree emitting red light. Here, there is no longer an enemy. Three extraordinary mutant creatures retreated. This ice bird condensed by Luzimo's spiritual power became the only overlord here. It's really boring. In the lighthearted narrative, Luzimo also came around the ice bird. Looking up not far away, he was watching his three extraordinary mutant creatures vigilantly. Luzimo waved his hand lightly. Boom! The azure blue wings of the ice bird fluttered suddenly, and the endless gust of wind howled. All of a sudden, the wind was surging, and the wind swept a range of dozens of meters. Even the golden eagle of the overlord of the sky was affected by this gust of wind, swaying from side to side. Next moment, the ice bird turned into endless cold air and spread out. Within a range of several hundred meters, it was constantly attacked by cold air, freezing frost. Earth, trees, mountains. Hundreds of meters in radius, it directly turned into a world of ice, exuding a cold air. Roar! The gorilla let out a low roar and kept running away from the cold-covered ground. At this time, teleportation. In the soft narration, Luzimo has come behind the chimpanzee. One step across a distance of hundreds of meters. It also jumped the gorilla directly. Luzimo can even see consternation in the eyes of a chimpanzee. Roar! The chimpanzee responded quickly, roared, subconsciously waved his arms, and punched Luzimo. Because it can feel a terrifying aura from this man's body. Far more terrifying than the golden eagle and the white wolf. So it didn't dare to keep it, and directly used all its strength. All the muscles on the arm bulged, releasing explosive power. On the huge fist, there are countless red rays of light entangling. The red light exudes a palpitating breath. The fist wind brought up directly caused countless trees to fall. But, faced with this devastating blow, Luzimo was unafraid. There was no change in his expression, and even the corners of his mouth were still slightly raised. In the soft narration, Luzimo slowly raised his right hand. Next second, a terrifying red shock suddenly blasted out. The gorilla's expression changed, and the movement stopped abruptly. The huge fist stopped a few centimeters away from Lu Zimo. Lu Zimo could even see the black hair on the fist that was like a steel needle, flashing with a cold light. But everything stopped. The gorilla couldn't go any further anyway. Next moment, boom, the red shock wave directly blasted the gorilla hundreds of meters away. The blood mist was sprayed all over the sky, and the rich smell of blood filled the air. In the distance, the gorilla smashed into countless towering ancient trees that had turned into ice sculptures, and a series of loud noises erupted. This trick, what is it? Red shock wave. It seems that I have never seen it before. Is this Master Gojo's #1 talent? It's so much scarier than the ice talent. Is this really the power we humans can have? Amidst the repeated exclamations, the bomber squad was almost numb. When the chimpanzee's fist fell, they were all worried about Lu Zimo. Who knows? The next moment, Lu Zimo unexpectedly burst out with a red shock wave. Directly blast the chimpanzee hundreds of meters away. This scene, they refreshed their three views again. A 10-meter-tall, multi-ton gorilla. It was really bombarded by humans. Incredible, but only Fire Fist knows. This is the true strength of Lu Zimo. If he used his first talent, I might already be dead. While muttering in his heart, Yanquan took a deep breath. Looking at Lu Zimo's eyes, his eyes are complicated. Turn out to be, I have never forced Lu Zimo to use real strength. Yanquan smiled bitterly, knowing that these were all things that were expected. Or maybe, it's not Lu Zimo's full strength yet. Yanquan suddenly remembered Lu Zimo, the one he used in the Beast Tide of Demon Capital. A black beam of silence. Within a range of hundreds of meters, all mutant creatures are dead. At this time, roar, a sudden roar broke everyone's contemplation. The tragic chimpanzee has already climbed up from the countless broken ice. At this time he was in a miserable state, covered in blood. There was a huge wound on his chest, and the blood flowed non-stop. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at the tiny figure. Lu Zimo, roar. The gorilla roared up to the sky, roaring with rage, and kept releasing it. Angry, really angry. A tiny human being. It actually hurt it so badly. Boom. The chimpanzee jumped straight towards Lu Zimo regardless of his injury. Huge strength, even the frozen ground was trampled and smashed. And this time, the golden eagle and the white wolf have been fighting together for some time. The golden eagle swooped down towards the giant tree exuding red brilliance, like a sharp blade. The air was blasted. The white wolf jumped up, and the huge wolf claws slapped the head of the golden eagle fiercely. The golden eagle suddenly turned around, with a pair of eagle claws, fighting back fiercely. Boom! The wolf's claws and the eagle's claws collided, creating violent sparks. The two are similar in strength, and neither can do anything to the other. For a while, it was deadlocked again. With a chuckle, the corners of Lu Zimo's mouth twitched slightly. With 6 eyes turned on, he has no blind spots in 360 degrees, and has a panoramic view of everything around him. Lu Zimo's mind moved, and from the air, an ice spear slowly condensed. The ice spear is 10 meters long. Shows a deep blue color. Incredibly sharp. The white mist around the body slowly condensed, exuding a chilling breath. And it was he who plasticized and condensed the ice element in the air under no phase. Next moment, the blue cold light flashed away. Call out. The spear has turned into a streamer of blue and headed towards the golden eagle. The speed is so fast that the naked eye can't catch it at all. At the same time, the gorilla has also come to Lu Zimo's head. Boom! The fists clenched together, slammed down hard, and collapsed with great force. Lu Zimo, who opened 6 eyes, is so keenly aware that he has already noticed the crazy gorilla. But it's the end of the crossbow. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo didn't care. Same as extraordinary. Gap between them. Really too big. It's like heaven and earth, it's impossible to go beyond it. Like now. Boom. The gorilla slammed down with both fists. In the huge roar, the surrounding tens of meters of ground were shattered, and a huge crater appeared. Suddenly, rocks splashed. The gorilla's face also showed a proud look. But Lu Zimo's figure has long since disappeared. Quietly, came behind the white wolf. This is Kang's extended usage, teleportation. The speed is so fast that even those who are good at White Wolf can't react. And this time, Lu Zemo has raised his right fist, black lightning lingering on it, exuding an aura of destruction. Black flash. With a loud shout, Lu Zemo punched the White Wolf King's waist heavily. At this time, the White Wolf King finally felt that he was enveloped by a terrifying aura. I felt a chill all over my body, and I subconsciously wanted to escape. But it was simply too late. Black flash. Punched out. It can burst out with strength and speed that are several times stronger than their own flesh. After Lu Zemo's original body has been strengthened 3 times, it has become comparable to an extraordinary mutant creature. What's more, under the outbreak of Black Flash, the power and speed have increased exponentially. Even if the White Wolf King is the king of the speed world. But Lu Zemo's blow still didn't give it time to react. Boom! The black fist slammed heavily on the waist of the White Wolf King. As the saying goes, the wolf is a copper head, iron bones and hemp stalk waist. Although this is a 10-meter long and several meter high mutant White Wolf King, Lu Zemo hit the right spot. Crack! The sound of bones shattering came, and the White Wolf King was directly beaten to the ground. Ow! The White Wolf King wailed mournfully, desperately trying to stand up. But the waist rod has been broken, and the White Wolf King at this time has been abolished directly. No matter how hard your limbs are, you just can't stand. Even Lu Zemo's blow had directly shattered all its internal organs. There is blood constantly flowing from the mouth of the huge wolf. The light in the eyes of the White Wolf King is getting more and more dim. As this, the legendary Black Flash, it actually destroyed an extraordinary mutant creature with one punch. It's terrifying. This black fist, I'm afraid no one can take advantage of Lord Gojo's punch at this time. Amid the repeated exclamations, the bomber squad and Yanquan both widened their eyes. No, can't believe it. It was only 10 seconds before Lu Zemo joined the battle. Just 10 seconds. The stalemate of the 3 extraordinary mutant creatures was immediately broken. The chimpanzee was seriously injured, and the White Wolf King was on the verge of death. And the Golden Eagle, at this time, is also more fortunate and less fortunate. Locked up by a giant, large ice spear. Is this the strength of Lu Zemo? In an instant, the 3 extraordinary mutant creatures were overturned. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what words should be used to describe Lu Zemo. So invincible, you can eat roast wolf legs later. There is no emotional fluctuation in Lu Zemo's eyes in the soft narration. Even though the White Wolf King was wailing mournfully, Lu Zemo's focus has always been the White Wolf King's huge and plump hind legs. Lu Zemo is thinking, those strong muscles, if sprinkled with cumin powder, must be delicious. At this time, Lu Zemo made such a loud noise, and the chimpanzee also looked over. It was discovered that the human who should have been dying by his own punch did not know when the White Wolf King had been knocked down with one punch. In the huge eyes, humanized doubts are revealed. Roar! But he couldn't control it so much, the raging anger filled its poor brain capacity, and the roar rushed up again. Although a chimpanzee is a mutant creature, it is nothing more than a beast after all. His IQ is limited, although he can feel an extremely dangerous aura from Lu Zemo's body. But anger makes its brain, which is not smart, unable to think at all. It is now. I just want to smash the human in front of me into meat pie with one punch. Boom. In the midst of the repeated roars, the chimpanzee has already jumped to Lu Zemo's eyes. Lu Zemo was not afraid at all, and his eyes were still calm. To hit a stone with an egg is beyond your own power. In the soft narration, Lu Zemo slowly raised his right hand. The body upper spiritual power surged towards the right hand frantically. After a while, the right hand was already glowing with blue brilliance, surrounded by endless white mist. Storm pheasant. As the voice fell, an ice bird condensed on Lu Zemo's right hand again. Exuding a stern cold light, a bone-piercing cold air spread again with Lu Zemo as the center. Let this mountain forest, which is already an ice world, drop a lot again. And it was just this drop in temperature that made the figure of the chimpanzee jumping in the air suddenly trembled. Knee. The neighing sound, the ice bird spreads its wings, and the endless cold light spreads. The violent storm broke out again, and the ice bird had turned into a blue streamer toward the chimpanzee. The gorilla's pupils shrank suddenly, although it was angry, it was not stupid enough to take the blow. Ha! The gorilla hurriedly adjusted his body in the air and ducked to the side. Call out! The ice bird flew by, and the chimpanzee narrowly avoided a blow. Seeing this, the chimpanzee flashed a smug look in his eyes, adjusted his body, and wanted to attack Luzimo again. But, before the gorilla jumped out, the white cold mist brought up by the ice bird had already covered the entire body of the chimpanzee. Next moment, stuck, countless frosts began to condense, first as a thin layer of frost, and then into ice cubes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swish! The 10-meter-high figure of the chimpanzee was directly frozen in the air and turned into an ice sculpture. Posing in a strange posture, his eyes are full of astonishment. Its stupid brain can't figure out how it got caught. It desperately wanted to break free from the cover of ice. But, its pitiful power was useless in the face of Luzimo's ice. The gap between them, too big. Under the control of Luzimo, cold air kept pouring into the chimpanzee's body from its wounds, mouth and nose. The blood coagulates, the internal organs coagulate, and the brain is also coagulated by the cold. Just like that, an extraordinary mutant creature. I lost my mind and stopped thinking. Utterly dead. But until the moment of death, its face remained angry, and its muscles clapped, trying to break free from Luzimo's restraint. And this time, the golden eagle on the sky, facing Luzimo's lightning-fast ice spear, Ying Muji was full of fear. Ni! The golden eagle squeaked, surging with the spiritual power of the whole body, bursting with shocking speed, and flashing towards the side. But, too slow, still too slow, in front of the ice spear that Luzimo turned into a blue streamer. Simply a world of difference. Puff! The ice spear pierced the wings of the golden eagle and flew to the sky with the golden eagle. At the same time, the countless cold air above the ice spear began to cover the golden sculpture. The golden eagle's eyes are horrified, it has seen the fierceness of this white cold fog, and it does not dare to hesitate at all. Ha! The sharp blade-like hook, poked directly on his own wings, cut off his arm. In an instant, blood sprayed, cut off the wings, and landed slowly. Ni! The golden eagle made a painful neigh again, not daring to stop at all, enduring the severe pain all over his body, trying to escape from this place. But, at this time, suddenly, an extremely cold air rushed over the golden eagle's body. What happened? Golden eagle heart, head throbbing, look back in doubt. Ha! The huge large ice bird hit the golden eagle directly, with a pair of beaks pinching the neck of the golden eagle. At the same time, a deadly white fog started to cover the entire body of the golden eagle again. Ni! The golden eagle struggled desperately, the only remaining wing flapped wildly, and a pair of sharp eagle claws were also ruthlessly grabbed towards the ice bird. But, like water off a duck's back, the only remaining wings flapped on the body of the ice bird, but were instead covered with a layer of frost, which gradually froze. The pair of eagle claws that could easily smash boulders, swiped across the body of the ice bird at this time, and could not leave even a trace of scratches on it. In front of the ice bird, the golden eagle as the king of the sky, like a child, was choked by the ice bird and went in the direction of Luzimo. No resistance at all. The power gap between them. Too big. Like heaven and earth. Insurmountable. Gradually, the whole body of the golden eagle was covered with white cold mist, and it turned into an ice sculpture and stopped struggling. In the same way, countless cold air poured into the golden eagle's body, freezing all its vitality. Ni! The ice bird sent the golden eagle back to the ground, and with a neigh, it turned into countless white cold mists and merged into the surrounding icy world. This is too strong. Master Gojo, is it really just one person who swept 3 super mutant creatures? And it only took less than a minute to crush them. Countless people were stunned by this astonishing scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief. But that extraordinary mutant creature that has been turned into an ice sculpture explains everything. Gojo-sama really, with his own power, he overthrew the 3 extraordinary mutant creatures. And, one move. He only used one move against all the extraordinary mutant creatures. Deal with them thoroughly. It's not so much a 1vs3 match. Rather, it was a one-sided massacre. Luzimo directly slaughtered 3 extraordinary mutant creatures by himself. That is an extraordinary mutant creature. A terrifying mutant creature whose life level has been transformed and its strength has been qualitatively improved. In front of Lu Zemo, he was still chopped melons and vegetables, easily crushed. Fear, so terrifying. An extreme chill rises in everyone's heart. Looking at that handsome figure, I was shocked. And this time, it's really good. Lu Zemo licked his lips, immersed in the system, and listened to the system prompts like fairy music. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the extraordinary First Order Mutant Golden Eagle and obtaining plus 20000 energy points. Ding! Congrats to the host for killing the extraordinary First Order Mutant Chimpanzee and obtaining plus 10000 energy points. There were only 2 prompts. As for the White Wolf King, although he was punched by himself, his waist was broken, but he still hadn't completely died. But it's also very rich. A full 20,000 energy points. When the White Wolf King looks on, it will be 10,000 yuan. Comparable to him killing thousands of entry-level mutant creatures. But now, it can be said that he is one step closer to gathering 1 million. But now, Lu Zemo turned his gaze to the giant tree emitting a red glow in front of him. Only then did Lu Zemo see its full face. The giant tree is at least 15 meters high, and the huge canopy is shining with countless rays of light like fire. One after another, countless silver-white flowers bloomed. With the opening of countless silver-white flowers, the rich spiritual power was swallowed up. Surrounded by a spiritual power spring gushing like a tidal beam of spiritual power. At this time, the concentration of spiritual energy inside is at least 10 times that of the outside. Quote. In the soft narration, Lu Zemo no longer hesitated, and immediately sat down with his legs crossed. Because, in the moment of coming into contact with this spiritual power, there is a slight loosening of the spiritual power in its body. If you can absorb the spiritual energy in this, there is no doubt that you will definitely be able to break through. Lu Zemo sank and opened 6 eyes. Immediately, the world around is full of colorful dots of light. This is the aura. And now, Lu Zemo's body was like a black hole, and countless blue light spots poured into his body one after another. It should be said that Lu Zemo's crazy plunder into his body. This is also Kang's use, taking himself as the center and forcibly sucking the surrounding spiritual power. And this time, in the real world, with Lu Zemo as the center, a huge storm has formed. For a time, the wind was surging and the wind was dancing wildly. The giant tree emitting a red brilliance was blown to the brim. As this, Lord Gojo is cultivating. The bomber looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, and his heart became more and more frightened. As expected of Lord Gojo, even when he is cultivating, he can produce a vision of heaven and earth. And, what's even more terrifying is that the bomber felt an indescribable terrifying aura from Lu Zemo's body at this time. The terrifying aura was like a tide, constantly oppressing his nerves. Let the bomber be stiff in place at this time, unable to move. Protect the Dharma for Gojo first, so as not to be disturbed by midnight. Yanquan nodded, took a deep look at Lu Zemo, and then silently guarded the surroundings. This scene, he seems to have seen it. It was when the spiritual power tidal erupted, Lu Zemo absorbed the spiritual power beam. Goodbye now, again, still shocking him. So crazy to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, this may be the gap between me and him. In the heart-to-head murmur, Yanquan also silently stood aside to protect Lu Zemo. He suddenly understood. Some people are simply impossible to surpass. And Lu Zemo seems to be such a person. Time flies, slowly. Soon it will be late at night. Suddenly, the aura storm stopped slowly. And this time, the handsome figure sitting cross-legged under the tree has slowly got up. Boom! Accompanied by the handsome figure standing up, a violent wave of air, like an ocean wave, rushed towards the surroundings layer by layer. Everyone suddenly woke up, trembling with fear. Because at this time, their bodies were all enveloped by an indescribable pressure. Gollum, swallowing his saliva, the bomber couldn't help but take a few steps back. His eyes widened, staring at the handsome figure. The source of all stress. This pressure made him feel as if he was facing the sky and the earth, and his heart couldn't stop falling. Did you break through again? In the soft inquiry, Yanquan's heart was also extremely horrified. He could feel that the breath on Lu Zimo was definitely more terrifying than before. The coercion that faintly exuded, at this moment, even he was shocked. He couldn't imagine how strong Lu Zimo was at this moment. Also because, he has never seen before, Lu Zimo used his real strength. No matter what danger he faced, Lu Zimo seemed to be able to handle it with ease. No, in the soft narration, Lu Zimo opened his eyes. The azure blue eyes are particularly eye-catching in this dark night sky at this moment, appearing mysterious and strange. But it was just such a pair of eyes, which made everyone present tense. As if something was strangling his neck, a deadly feeling of suffocation came. But, what surprised them even more, Lu Zimo actually said that he didn't have a breakthrough. Everyone's faces showed disbelief. Without a breakthrough, the breath released at this moment is already so terrifying. If there is a breakthrough, how powerful will Lu Zimo be? Thinking of this, everyone's thoughts are broken. Because their narrow imaginations simply cannot imagine. Come and practice, I'll keep you vigil. Ignoring the consternation of the crowd, Lu Zimo had already left the place. He really did not break through, although the spiritual energy here is strong enough. But breakthroughs need opportunities, not strong spiritual power. Now he is only one step away from the middle stage of transcendent first order. It only takes a small opportunity to break through directly. But he is using the rich spiritual energy here to continuously improve the quality of his spiritual energy. Let the quality of spiritual power in your body be at least twice as high as before. And this, it is also the source of the pressure they felt before. It is good. Yangquan did not hesitate, agreed, sat directly under the giant tree, and began to practice. The bomber team also quickly sat down with their legs crossed and stopped thinking. Such a paradise, the efficiency of cultivation here is 10 times that of outside, how could they let go? It's not dead yet, as expected of an extraordinary mutant creature. Lu Zimo came to the front of the white wolf, feeling the still-breathing white wolf, and was also surprised. However, at this time, the white wolf was already dying, and it might only be a matter of time before he died. Lu Zimo's punch completely shattered all the internal organs in his body, making it impossible for him to survive. As for why he hasn't died yet, it is because of the super vitality of extraordinary mutant creatures. As for the frozen gorillas and golden eagles, that's because Lu Zimo's icy aura directly cut off their vitality. The coldness of Lu Zimo entered the body, and they were simply not able to resist. At this time, Beilong reluctantly opened his huge eyes and looked at Lu Zimo. In the eyes, there is actually a prayer, begging Lu Zimo to kill him. The pain of shattering his internal organs made his life worse than death. I'm here to end your pain. Seeing this, Lu Zimo didn't want to torture it anymore, and pressed his right hand on the huge head of the white wolf. Countless cold air surged up, and after a while, the white wolf completely lost his breath, and his whole body was frozen stiff. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the extraordinary mutant creature, the White Wolf King, and gaining plus 10000 energy points. It's really good. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also showed joy. Compared to hunting mutant creatures that entered the class, the mutant creatures of the extraordinary level were the only way to get rich. 3 extraordinary mutant creatures can directly equal thousands of low-level mutant creatures. Moreover, these are only mutant creatures in the early stage of the extraordinary first order. If their rank is a little higher, they will definitely be able to obtain more energy points than themselves. But such an idea is also Lu Zimo. In Lu Zimo's eyes, the extraordinary mutant creatures that others are afraid to avoid have become a thoroughly sweet pastry. Next, Lu Zimo walked to the hind legs of the white wolf. He has been staring at this place for a long time. Those powerful wolf legs must be both delicious and rich in energy. Without hesitation, the cold air surged in his hand, and an ice blade condensed out of thin air. Ha! When the knife fell, a large piece of meat was cut off. Time passed slowly. Lu Zimo makes simple roasted wolf legs. Stuck. Lu Zimo ate it with great gusto, relishing it. Although there is no seasoning, the best quality ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. He wasn't actually hungry. More than that, I want to taste how delicious the roasted wolf legs are. In addition, this wolf leg meat also contains a lot of energy. In the battle just now, although the virtual form was not used, it also consumed a lot of spiritual power to freeze the mountains and forests of hundreds of meters. As for killing 2 extraordinary mutant creatures, he didn't put much effort into it at all. More still, I want to see where my ice-covered extreme is. After just testing 400 meters, with a radius of 400 meters, it was all turned into a world of ice by his white cold fog. And now, the quality of spiritual power was further improved. Makes his current strength even more terrifying. Now, I am afraid that the area within a radius of 500 meters has been completely covered with ice in an instant. And this, it is to lay the foundation for future fields. Stepping into the extraordinary second order, the resonance of heaven and earth reaches the extreme. A field is created, the absolute realm of its own element. And he, after stepping into the extraordinary second order, the place that can be covered by ice now, all can become his domain, the ice domain. When others step into the extraordinary second order, the field is generally only 100 or 200 meters. And his field, there are 400 or 500 meters. This is the difference. Not long after, Lu Zimo's eyes suddenly narrowed, he looked at the jungle not far away, and whispered softly. Is it Maple Leaf City's reinforcements? With the 6 eyes turned on, he could clearly sense that hundreds of people seemed to be approaching rapidly in front of him. But each of them struggled, and only a few were able to make it. Because they're all covered in Lu Zimo's ice. The ability released by the extraordinary, how could those ordinary soldiers resist? What's more, the person who released the ice was Lu Zimo. With a slight smile, Lu Zimo also waved his hand, and suddenly the countless cold ice turned into white mist, and finally melted into the air and disappeared completely. And that deadly chill disappeared completely. At this time, hundreds of meters away, hundreds of people watched helplessly as the ice on the ground turned into white mist, and finally disappeared again, all dumbfounded. How is this going? Where's the ice? How come it's all gone? There's nothing wrong with it, right? Hey, the chill on me is gone too, it's outrageous. Amidst the repeated exclamations, countless people widened their eyes. He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. The ice that was all over the place just now turned into white fog in an instant. The biting chill on his body also disappeared. Maybe, Lord Gojo, sensing us. A member of the previous bomber squad said in horror at this time. This ice was formed by his own eyes. The ice just disappeared at their most difficult time. Didn't Lord Gojo discover them? Who else would do it? As for natural melting, this is the ice released by Lord Gojo, and even such a terrifying flame can't melt it, how can it disappear easily? So, it must be Lord Gojo who found out about their current situation and made the ice disappear. When the others heard this, they only felt shocked, and a handsome figure appeared in their minds. Let's go quickly, Lord Gojo, they must be ahead. The support team quickly arrived at the giant tree emitting red light, and found Lu Zimo at a glance. Just because at this moment, next to Lu Zimo, there was a roasted wolf leg with a strong fragrance. In an instant, it attracted everyone's taste buds. Are you from Maple Leaf City? Pull these mutant creatures back, and those wings are the reward. Before they could speak, Lu Zimo had already given the order. They arrived just in time, and they were trying to figure out how to transport the corpses back. This is the ration for the future. Forehead. Everyone was a little stunned, and they didn't realize what it meant. But wait for them to look behind Lu Zimo. Suddenly stupid. Hundreds of people were collectively stunned at this time. Because there are 2 lifelike ice sculptures. One is a huge chimpanzee, and the other is a huge golden eagle. Under the ice sculpture, there was a huge white wolf that was 10 meters long. A piece of meat is missing from the hind legs of the white wolf. It seems that it is the piece of Gojo's mouth. Quote. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, only to feel a sense of suffocation. No doubt, such a huge mutant creature must be an extraordinary mutant creature. They could almost feel a palpitating aura from the body of the extraordinary mutant creature. But it was such a terrifying extraordinary mutant creature that actually died in front of their eyes. And its 3 heads. Thank you Gojo-sama. The leader immediately reacted and quickly thanked Lu Zimo excitedly. This is the entity of an extraordinary mutant creature. Now, as long as you and the others transport these corpses back, you can get the meat of the super mutant creatures that Gojo-sama rewarded. This is a good thing for a pie in the sky. Just don't take it too easy. The others also looked at Luzimo in awe at this time. This is the real master. Such a generous shot, the flesh of an extraordinary mutant creature. If you say no, you don't want it. Luzimo didn't feel much about this. Compared with a piece of meat, it was much more troublesome to transport the corpses of these extraordinary mutant creatures back. What's more important now is this tree in front of me. As this progressing, in the soft narration, Luzimo looked up at the huge tree that was constantly blooming in front of him. He could feel the aura of this tree growing continuously. There is an amazing aura in the tree. It is estimated that it will not be long before this tree will undergo qualitative changes. And, more importantly, when Luzimo looked up, he found 3 red fruits on the tree. The red fruit is crystal clear and transparent, about the size of a fist. Compared with the giant tree, it is not too small. But, it is such a small fruit. Luzimo was able to sense a spiritual power that was even richer and purer than that of the giant tree. Obviously, this is the essence of the giant tree. This tree, what to do? Do you want to take it back? Some doubtful voices came. Yanquan came to Luzimo's side, looked up at the giant tree in front of him. He found that this tree seemed to have the effect of condensing spiritual power, so he moved his mind. Of course, but there are other surprises on this Li's tree. Luzimo smiled lightly, then raised his right hand, and under Yan Quan's astonished gaze, 3 fiery red fruits slowly fell into his palm. This is Kang. Through attraction, the fruit is directly removed from the tree. This is. Yan Quan's eyes were fixed on the fruit, faintly feeling the extraordinariness of the fruit. I don't know either, but it's definitely a good thing, just one for each of us, and another for the Spiritual Power Bureau. In the soft narration, Luzimo finished distributing the fruits. After all, he is a person from the Spiritual Power Bureau. With good things, he still hasn't forgotten the Spiritual Power Bureau. Thank you. Yanquan naturally had no doubts, and looked at Luzimo with gratitude in his eyes. It can be said that he got a treasure for free. Except for the first move. After that, it's basically just a play. It's not that he doesn't want to shoot. It's really Luzimo. Too strong. Just 1 minute. The 3 extraordinary mutant creatures were all slaughtered. He wanted to make a move but didn't have the chance to make a move. Well, this is the tree below. Luzimo put his eyes on the fiery red giant tree with greed. Joke. This giant tree has the function of condensing spiritual power, which can already be regarded as a treasure. What's more, this tree can also bear special red fruits. The fruit looks extraordinary. If energy production in the future, it is also a good resource. Thinking of this, Luzimo no longer hesitated and waved his hand lightly. Immediately, under the horrified eyes of countless people, the giant tree rose from the ground. The roots buried deep in the soil were pulled out one by one. Countless fiery red brilliance sprinkled. Have you heard? Lord Gojo killed 3 super mutant creatures again. It's outrageous. Didn't Mr. Gojo just leave the city yesterday? Why is there news so soon? I watched several cars pull it back, and there was a huge tree, very magical, glowing red. Hey, Lord Gojo's realm is really beyond us. Repeated exclamations sounded in every corner of Hangzhou Spiritual Power Bureau. Many people watched Luzimo come back with the bodies of 3 huge super mutant creatures with their own eyes. Immediately there was a look of envy and horror. Nima, it's just been out for a day. In just 1 day, he actually encountered 3 extraordinary mutant creatures, and killed them one by one and brought them back. This made them, the group of people who couldn't even handle the mutant creatures of the rank, feel embarrassed. And this time, Office of the Spirituality Bureau. So what do you mean? You want to go to the suburbs to retreat and practice? In some doubtful voices, Luoju also looked at Luzimo. Well, recently my cultivation base has reached a peak, and I need to find a clean place to retreat. Looking for an opportunity to break through. Luzimo nodded affirmatively, and now his spiritual power has reached the peak of the first order supernatural. Just 1 step away from the door, you will be able to enter the midterm. At the time of the breakthrough, the changes caused will undoubtedly bring him huge troubles, just like the previous Flame Fist. So he prefers to go to the suburbs to break through alone. Even, it is possible, he wants to go to the mountains to break through. After all, there is more spiritual energy there. But, now that Luzimo has a spiritual tree, there is no need for it at all. Okay, so where do you want to retreat? We'll arrange a place for you right away. Related to Luzimo's cultivation, Luoju naturally did not dare to have any delay, and immediately prepared to call and notify a special person to deal with this matter. Let's just go to the suburbs in the east of the city. Just create a clean yard for me. It just happens to be in the suburbs to protect the safety of Hangcheng. Okay, I'll arrange a special person to make arrangements for you. Time passed slowly, and an hour later, Luzimo came to the eastern suburbs of the city. In front of you is a large villa covering an area of 800 square meters. Luzimo originally just wanted a courtyard house. How? All the housing information provided to him by the Spiritual Power Bureau were all large single-family villas. Have no choice. Luzimo could only choose this 800 square meter villa with tears in his eyes. Nothing special, 3 floors, more than a dozen rooms, a front yard, and a backyard. Luzimo mainly took a fancy to this front yard, where the huge spiritual tree could be placed. At this time, the spiritual tree seems to be no longer magical after leaving the soil. The red radiance dissipated, and the flowers did not bloom, just like under an ordinary towering ancient tree. However, Luzimo could feel an extremely strong spiritual energy and a huge vitality on the spiritual tree. The spirit tree is not dead. It's just being restrained, allowing yourself to live longer in this state, waiting to be buried again. Soon, under his control, the 15-meter-high spiritual tree slowly fell to the ground in the front yard. Shish! As soon as the root of the spirit tree encountered the soil, it seemed to be alive, and it burrowed desperately into the ground. In no time, the spirit tree has already been planted by itself. And at the moment when the spirit tree was completely buried in the ground, it regained its vitality again. The crown of the tree began to shimmer with a faint red light, and the silver-white flowers were gradually blooming. The aura around the villa is constantly being gathered around the spirit tree. The environment here is still far from the depths of Chinchin after all. Looking at the spiritual tree in front of him, Luzimo sighed softly. Now that the spiritual tree is transplanted, whether it is the red light it emits or the silver-white flowers that bloom, it is too slow. This also led to the fact that even the speed of the surrounding aura gathering was not very fast. It should take time to recover. While murmuring in his heart, Luzimo also retracted his mind. Although it is slow, it is still gathering aura far and wide. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. With this spiritual tree, this villa will sooner or later become a real paradise. And just then, Hangzhou Lingli Bureau Office. A somewhat startled voice echoed in it. You want to move out too? Yes, my cultivation has also reached a bottleneck recently. Yangquan nodded and said affirmatively. But, the bottleneck period is definitely fake. All he wanted was to be able to live near Luzimo. He clearly knew the function of that spirit tree. Gather the spirit of heaven and earth. For cultivation, it definitely has a multiplier effect. So when he heard Luzimo say he was going to move out, Yangquan instantly understood and moved his mind. So I went directly to the office to find Luoju to apply. Luoju is full of black lines, and this is the reason. Although I felt something was wrong in my heart. However, after all, Yangquan was their second talent in Hangcheng except Luzimo, of course he couldn't refuse. Okay, we will arrange a place for you immediately. Where are you going to practice? Eastern suburbs of Hangzhou. The night is getting darker. Luzimo sat cross-legged under the spiritual tree to practice. He didn't know that he had quietly had an extra neighbor. And now, it's time to try the effect of this spirit fruit. In the soft narration, Luzimo took out the fiery red fruit. The fruit is crystal clear, exuding red light, and it is pregnant with rich and pure spiritual power. Don't hesitate anymore, throw it directly into your mouth. Card wipe, card wipe. Luzimo swallowed it in a few mouthfuls, and it didn't feel weird when eating it. Just like an ordinary apple, it was sour. It tastes good. Next moment, the spiritual fruit just swallowed into the belly turned into a stream of pure energy and began to spread. Luzimo did not dare to delay, and immediately began to absorb. Time goes by slowly. The spiritual power fluctuations in Lu Zimo became stronger and stronger, and a terrifying aura unwittingly released CDDD out. What happened? The Yanquan who was cultivating opened his eyes in vain, his face changed greatly, and his brows were wrinkled and he looked to the right. There is a steady stream of terror coming. It made him stiff, and his heart throbbed. And over there, it is Lu Zimo's villa. Call out. Yan Quan's figure flashed, and he went directly towards the villa. Hangzhou Spiritual Power Bureau. Spiritual Monitoring Room. No, the eastern suburbs of the city have found violent fluctuations in spiritual power, and the level has reached the extraordinary level. The inspectors shouted in panic. What? Where? The officer's face changed greatly, and he rushed to the front of the monitor in a panic. Looking at the red pointer, I was terrified. In a villa on the outskirts of the city. Sir, look. The monitoring personnel quickly pointed to a small red dot on the map and replied. The commander looked over quickly, the originally panicked face instantly calmed down, and after a long sigh of relief, a smile appeared on his face. Sir, what's the situation? Don't we notify Lord Gojo? Confused by the monitor. Is your boss actually laughing? This is the spiritual power fluctuation of the extraordinary realm. Don't worry, I forgot to tell you, the residence of Lord Gojo has been updated. It is now Lord Gojo's residence. Is this a breakthrough? While muttering in his heart, Yan Quan widened his eyes. Looking at the figure sitting cross-legged under the spiritual tree, he could feel a very terrifying spiritual power fluctuation from above. Such as mountains and seas, boundless. Comparing myself with one, it is like a firefly and a bright moon fighting for glory. And, what is even more terrifying is that the quality of the spiritual power is extremely pure, and the spiritual power in his body is stagnant at this time. Totally suppressed. Is this the difference between me and him? Yanquan smiled bitterly, and at this moment, he deeply realized what a gap is. From the quality of spiritual power to the comprehensive crushing of the quantity of spiritual power, it is no wonder that the fire fist that he released cannot even melt his ice. This is essentially crushing. And, feeling the powerful spiritual power, he knew more clearly that no matter how he cultivated, he would not be able to reach the quantity and quality of Lu Zimo's spiritual power. This is not something that can't be affected by hard work. This is the gap above talent. Hey, with a light sigh, the flame fist faded silently. The more you see here, the deeper you feel. The more blows he has suffered in his heart, it is better to cultivate well instead of destroying his own Tao heart. At this time, the moment Yanquan left, Lu Zimo's eyes suddenly opened. In the azure blue pupils, there is a layer of white mist condensing, which looks mysterious and strange. An indescribable terrifying pressure slowly spread out. The dark night sky froze in an instant. Even Yan Quan, who had already moved away, couldn't help but feel his mind stagnant, and his body froze in place, unable to move. As expected of a genius treasure, it actually made me directly enter the late stage of the extraordinary first order. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also set his eyes on the spiritual tree in front of him. Yes, the energy contained in that fiery red spirit fruit directly allowed him to break through 2 levels in a row and enter the late stage of the extraordinary first order. The spiritual power in the body has skyrocketed by tens of thousands, and the quality of the spiritual power is also constantly improving. This is why Yanquan felt this way just now. The spiritual power in his body at this time is as terrifying as mountains and seas to all cultivators today. Moreover, the quality of spiritual power is also pure to a terrifying level. If the virtual form is released now, the power will definitely skyrocket several times more than before, or even more exaggerated. Exactly how strong, even Lu Zimo himself doesn't know. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to try the power. Lu Zimo smiled lightly, and now with the tens of thousands of spiritual powers that have skyrocketed in his body, he finally doesn't have to worry about being evacuated by using 2 virtual, spiritual powers. Of course, the release of the virtual form, in addition to spiritual power, also needs to consume physical and mental power. After 3 systems of strengthening the body, it can already be comparable to the extraordinary mutant creature, so there is no shortage of physical strength. The shortcoming at this stage is mental power, and it may not be enough to support myself to use the virtual form 4 or 5 times. But Lu Zimo is still looking forward to releasing 4 or 5 virtual scenes in a row in the Beast Tide. 4 black columns of silent light slowly rose from the center of the Beast Tide. Countless mutant creatures, touch and die. That picture is absolutely explosive. Huh, how did they come? Lu Zimo raised his brows and looked into the distance. With 6 eyes turned on, he could feel a few familiar figures coming towards him from a few hundred meters away. Did you come to see me? In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also slowly got up. Now, coming to the eastern suburbs of this city, it is really a bit lonely and old people. There was no one around, and it seemed that they all moved away because they were afraid of the threat of mutant beasts. However, this is exactly the kind of place that suits him. And this time, hey, why do I feel that the concentration of spiritual energy here seems to be higher than outside? Lin Xiaoyi looked at the villa in front of her, her slender eyebrows frowned slightly, adding a bit of charm to herself, and she was very beautiful. The queen and the food king behind them also had a meal, and after a careful feeling, their expressions all changed slightly. Apparently, they also found this out. Isn't this normal? After all, this is where Gojo lives. If there is no magic, it doesn't fit his status as the #1 person in Hangzhou. The queen reacted quickly and laughed lightly, as if thinking of that handsome figure, with admiration in her expression. The other 2 suddenly realized. Also, let's go first. Gojo. As soon as they entered the front yard, they found Lu Zimo. It's that figure, it's too eye-catching. In the dim night sky, a man quietly stood under a huge mangrove tree. White hair, blue pupils, and that looks like a manga come out. Anything is the most striking existence. Now, these 3 things actually converged on one person. Definitely the center of attention. Why are you here? In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also smiled faintly. Looking at the 3 people in front of them, the queen and Lin Xiaoyi were obviously well dressed. Exquisite makeup, gorgeous clothing, and their hot body, just like the epiphyllum under the 2 moons, beautiful, elegant, blooming to the fullest, and fascinating. As for the food king, he was carrying a large bag, and Lu Zimo, according to induction, found that it seemed to be the meat of an extraordinary creature, apparently used as a coolie. We're here to celebrate your new house move. Here's a barbecue banquet for you, how about it? Lin Xiaoyi jumped over to ask for credit, showing his youthful vigor incisively and vividly. Thanks. Lu Zimo took a deep look at the 3 of them. Sometimes it seems good to have such a group of friends who think about you. Eating meat, drinking and drinking together, chatting, no worries. Unfortunately, now is the era of spiritual recovery. Mutated creatures are rampant, and danger is everywhere. After feeling it, Lu Zimo suddenly reacted, what does this mean? Yeah, it's you, and Yangquan, he also moved here, by the way, what about others? Lin Xiaoyi said, looking around. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the food king. Lin Xiaoyi hurriedly pointed at Yangquan and said angrily. It turns out that I haven't come yet. I'm so close, yet I came so late. I really know what to eat. Fist. Inflammation. I'm not cultivating. Yangquan quibble. Good guy. Lu Zimo took a deep look at Yangquan, and his heart was instantly enlightened. This is because my spiritual tree is here, so I moved it here on purpose. But Lu Zimo didn't say anything. After all, this is normal. The spiritual energy around this spiritual tree is several times that of other places. It plays a vital role in today's practice. Even if it is him, he has to rely on it. And there's nothing wrong with having a lot of people around, at least it doesn't seem so deserted. This is how a barbecue feast begins. Lu Zimo roasted the wings of the first order golden eagle, and after a while, it was golden brown and fragrant, which made people's taste buds open. Finally, sprinkle with cumin powder and pepper powder, and put it on the fire for a while, and it will be okay. Wow, Mo, your roast is so delicious. Why are you so good at roasting meat? Unlike some people, not only are you late, but you also waste ingredients. Lin Xiaoyi came to hear the wind, looked at the roasted wings in Lu Zimo's hands, his eyes lit up, and saliva flowed out. Yangquan, lying on the side of the gun for no reason, smiled awkwardly, and then glanced at Lu Zimo. He directly threw the meat that was about to be roasted into charcoal in his hands, and threw it to the food king, and immediately came over. Hey, What's the matter with you? This is the flesh of an extraordinary mutant creature, you're just so rude. The king of food looked at the charred meat with black lines all over his head. Isn't this because of you? Anyway, you will become stronger when you eat, and you don't need to care about the taste. Yan Quan said without turning back. His eyes were firmly locked on the golden roasted wings in Lu Zimo's hands, and he secretly swallowed his saliva. Bake it yourself, eat it yourself. The food king dropped the charcoal in his hand and immediately moved towards Lu Zimo. Apparently, he was also attracted by the strong fragrance. Lu Zimo shrugged and distributed the grilled wings of the golden eagle that had passed the exam to everyone. Card wipe, card wipe. Woo, Zimo, you are really versatile, the barbecue is so delicious. It's more delicious than what I ate at the barbecue stall, ooh. That's great, I'll come to your house every day to eat barbecue. Everyone devoured it and gave Lu Zimo a thumbs up, full of praise. Watching everyone feasting, Lu Zimo smiled slightly on the surface, but said nothing. But still very proud. Just kidding, the title of the little barbecue prince in his previous life was actually roasted. At this moment, Lu Zimo suddenly raised his brows. How did she come here? Mumbling in his heart, Lu Zimo also looked in the direction of the door again. 3 seconds later, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared there. She was wearing a white military cap with long ice blue hair down to her waist, and she fluttered recklessly under the night wind. She was wearing a white trench coat, which was tightly attached to her body, perfectly showing her hot body. Like a white lotus under the moon, standing quietly, it seems sacred and inviolable. The visitor is the first person in the magic capital, the Ice Girl. And this time, she was looking at Lu Zimo coldly. Lu Zimo knows it's not indifference, it's a character. Of course, to others, that is indifference. How did you come? In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also greeted the Ice Girl. It is a guest, and the Ice Girl is very likely to come from the magic capital. Although it is a new era, the etiquette of the old era cannot be left behind. This move immediately attracted the attention of others, who followed Lu Zimo's gaze. Who is this? This looks like the Ice Girl of the magic capital. Magic City. Then why did she come to Hangchang? Probably came to find Gojo. Everyone was puzzled, all kinds of guesses, and even the speed of eating grilled wings slowed down. I want to talk to you. Ice Girl's eyes were still cold, but when she looked at Lu Zimo, there was a different emotion in her eyes. She also just arrived in Hangchang, and learned from the Spiritual Power Bureau that Lu Zimo had moved to the suburbs, so she came over. Reminiscence. While muttering in his heart, Lu Zimo also came to the Ice Girl and handed the golden carved wings to the Ice Girl. Would you like to have some barbecue first? The Ice Girl took it, but didn't eat it. Instead, she looked at the spiritual tree not far away, and said suspiciously. This tree seems a little unusual. And the spiritual energy here is stronger than the outside. Lu Zimo glanced at the Ice Girl and was amazed. This perception is quite strong. This is a spiritual tree, which can gather the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. Lu Zimo said lightly, still a little smug in his heart. After all, this thing, at this stage, may be owned by him alone in the whole country and even the whole world. Gathering spiritual power, it's amazing. The Ice Girl was thoughtful, a look of horror flashed in her eyes. What she said was not that Lingshu was powerful, but that Lu Zimo was powerful. To be able to obtain such a treasure, obviously not ordinary people can do. Gathering spiritual power, there is still such a divine tree. Yangquan, you really have a good abacus, no wonder you moved. But at this time, the three of Lin Xiaoyi couldn't sit still when they heard these words, and looked at the giant tree in front of them in horror. Then, he suddenly reacted to Yangquan's actions, and they all began to scold. Yangquan smiled noncommittally, believing it to be the default. Come on, let me introduce you to. Looking at the people who were making trouble, Lu Zimo smiled lightly, and then brought the Ice Girl to everyone and introduced them one by one. Just when introducing the Flame Fist, the Ice Girl said abruptly. Recently, a few people in our demon city have broken through the extraordinary, but they are not as good as your Hangcheng's Flame Fist. Yangquan's head was full of black lines, and he didn't know if this was a compliment of himself or a jerk of himself, and finally chose not to speak. Lu Zimo secretly smiled in his heart and comforted. Your own strength, isn't it the only one in the whole country? Hearing this, the ice girl's eyes suddenly became resentful. What about you? Forehead. After a while of silence, Lu Zimo chose to continue to cook for them. It should be a large ceiling. Time passed slowly. Gradually it was late into the night, and after they were full of food and drink, everyone went back. Looking at the unfinished barbecue grill, the barbecue powder used everywhere, and the bones everywhere, to be honest, this kind of life is very happy. Unfortunately, in the soft narration, Lu Zimo turned his eyes to the dark night ahead. With 6 eyes turned on, Lu Zimo could sense that there was a mutant wild cat there. The rank is not high, only the 7th rank. But at this time, it was staring at a sleeping old man not far away. The old man may be reluctant to be here, and after everyone around him has left, he still sticks to this suburb. It may be because of fear, so after sleeping, the bright lights are still on. Unfortunately, such lights, in the suburbs that no one cares about, are the deadliest. Call out. The mutant black cat swaggered to the old man's window, and with a flash, it rushed towards the old man. In the red bloody eyes, the dark skin of the old man was reflected, and the sharp claws, 15 centimeters long, pierced the neck of the old man. In fact, it doesn't like to eat such an old man. The meat of the old man is not only shriveled, but also does not have much energy. But how? In this suburban 263, this is the only source of food. As for the city center, that's where it doesn't dare touch. But, just when it was about to end the life of the old man with its sharp claws, its body suddenly froze. Then the whole body was covered with ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mutant black cat covered by the ice did not die for a short time, and its bloody eyes were full of horror. It roared like a madman, but the sound was frozen in the ice and could not be transmitted, the muscles on the forearm and thigh crazy bulging, desperately trying to break free from the shackles of the ice, but this is nothing short of a fantasy. In the next second, the cold energy entered the body, and the weak spiritual power in the mutant black cat was impossible to resist. The mutant black cat's eyes gradually became dull, and the muscles that had swelled up due to exertion were also shrunk due to the cooling of the blood in the body, and completely lost their vitality. Then he was pulled by an inexplicable force and was thrown out of the room. In the end, he didn't know where he died, or maybe he waited until the ice melted and was eaten by other mutant creatures. However, this kind of thing is basically impossible. Lu Zimo's ice, it is impossible to melt without a few hundred years. The old man's sleep has always been very light, and he seems to be feeling something, and he has gradually woken up, looking out the window absent-mindedly. Hey, this is the world right now, in peril. Lu Zimo sighed softly and looked away. Adertisement. If you don't practice hard now, then your end is likely to be like this mutant black cat, who died inexplicably. So, Lu Zimo walked directly to the spiritual tree and sat down cross-legged. After the carnival, it is necessary to start working hard. He originally planned to accumulate the spiritual power in his body after breaking through the late stage of the extraordinary First Order. And before it even started, Lin Xiaoyi and the others came. Also relaxed for a while. Now, Lu Zimo continued to practice. Although the fiery red spirit fruit helped him break through 2 levels and reach the late stage of the extraordinary First Order, there was still a lot of residual energy in his body that had not been completely absorbed. If all that energy can be refined, there is no doubt that breaking through the extraordinary First Order peak will be no problem at all. But the problem now is that the spiritual power in his body is saturated, and it must be precipitated and polished. If it is a direct breakthrough, it will only cause the spiritual power in his body to become more and more unstable, and the foundation will be weak. Therefore, in order to plan for the upper limit in the future, Lu Zimo is not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. Even, originally, according to his plan, he didn't want to break through so quickly in the late stage of the extraordinary First Order. Anyway, now, with the strength at this stage, he has been able to sweep all the extraordinary First Order people. For Lu Zimo, there is not much difference between breaking through or not. Anyway, it's all sweeping and crushing, and no one can force him to use his real strength. However, the spiritual power contained in that spiritual fruit was too much, causing him to be unable to control his body a little, so he directly broke through. So, He is also looking forward to the time when the spiritual tree in front of him is full of fiery red spiritual fruits. Time passes slowly. Half a month passed in a flash. Lu Zimo sat cross-legged under the spiritual tree and practiced quietly. This is a breakthrough. It's easier than imagined. In the soft narration, Lu Zimo also slowly opened his eyes. The azure blue eyes instantly bloomed, and a white mist slowly condensed in them. A terrifying aura erupted, rushing towards the surroundings like a wave. At this moment, the world seemed to stand still, and the violent oppression stopped everything. But it was just a flash away. Then, as if nothing had happened, a breeze slowly blew the spiritual tree, and a leaf that was still emitting a faint red glow fell from his eyes. The breakthrough this time was indeed very simple, as if it was a matter of course. After absorbing the remaining spiritual fruit energy in the body, the breakthrough came naturally. As this, reaching the real state of unity between man and nature. Lu Zimo looked at the restrained momentum around him and guessed. This time the breakthrough did not break out any terrifying momentum fluctuations. Just when he opened his eyes, there was a hint of momentum leaking, but he was quickly controlled by him. Lu Zimo guessed that this is because he has reached a real state of unity between man and nature, and has made his spiritual power, spirit and momentum all reach a state of watertightness. After all, after the extraordinary first order peak, it is the extraordinary second order. When you first enter the extraordinary first order, you have initially reached the state of unity between heaven and man, allowing your own spiritual power to resonate with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The second order transcendence, on the other hand, is under the realm of the unity of heaven and man, creating a domain that belongs to itself. If you want to form an absolute field, you must let your spiritual power reach the realm of watertightness. But now, Lu Zimo can be said to have reached this level of spiritual power, and he only needs to wait for the formation of the field to successfully step into the second order transcendence. After thinking about everything, Lu Zimo was also in a good mood and was ready to start his next training plan. Now, in terms of cultivation, only after his own realm stabilizes, he can break through to the extraordinary second order. So, more should be considered skill class. A skill that can not only exert one's own strength at the current stage, but also exert its power when forming the field of the extraordinary second order. For a while, Lu Zimo also fell into contemplation. At the same time, squeak, 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 squeak. The continuous neighing sound resounded in the periphery of Qinshan. Countless mutant beasts, like a black tide, jumped out of the mountains and forests while taking advantage of the night. Mutated mice, mutated ants, mutated bison. There are many kinds and countless. They all headed towards a small town not far away. The population of the small town is not large, and since the aura recovered, they have never encountered a beast tide, so there are only a few guards here, scattered and guarding here. Roar, roar, roar. A low roar sounded in vain in the guard's ear. What sound? One of the guards felt a chill in his heart, and everyone hurriedly followed the reputation. Next second, the three guards froze and their expressions changed drastically. Because below are black mutant mice, endless, like a tide, staring at them with a pair of red eyes. At this time, roar, a mutant mouse jumped up directly, and its sharp claws inserted directly into the chest of one of the guards. In an instant, blood splashed, and a strong smell of blood began to permeate. Snapped. One of the guards finally recovered from the smell of blood, immediately took out a pistol, and shot the mutant mouse in the head. A sudden explosion sounded in the quiet town at night. Countless people were awakened. Warning, warning, the beast tide is coming, the beast tide is coming, please be prepared. Warning, warning, the beast tide is coming, the beast tide is coming, please be prepared. Warning, warning, the beast tide is coming, the beast tide is coming, please be prepared. The guard quickly sounded the alarm, causing countless people who were awakened from their deep sleep to be shocked, and then they reacted and took up arms to be alert. But it's all too late. If the beast tide is still outside the small town, it's okay to say, but now. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless mutant creatures, like waves, rushed into the city frantically. The human beings at this moment are not the opponents of the mutant beasts, whether in terms of strength or quantity. Countless artillery fires sounded accompanied by shrill screams. But humans with guns and abilities are in the minority after all. In front of the mutant beasts like the tide, they were gradually slaughtered. In the middle of the night, the small town was completely destroyed, riddled with holes, stained with blood, and countless people died tragically. Only a small number escaped. At this time, the General Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom Spirit Power Bureau. Inside the office, several senior executives gathered together with solemn expressions. Yecheng was completely occupied by mutant creatures. This is the first time our Dragon Kingdom city has been lost, so no matter what, we must avenge this revenge. One of them said solemnly, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Well, quickly notify the city near Yecheng and rush to support. In any case, we must drive all the mutant beasts out of the city. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom is sacred and inviolable. The director of the General Bureau of Spiritual Power nodded, and then added. It's not just support. Now that Yecheng has been captured, this matter cannot be concealed. In order to avoid causing panic among the people, precautions must be taken. Immediately notify and let the cities implement it. Yes, I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.